Good Wednesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. At last, the boys are on the air for what should be a fun little hour of radio. We'll be with you until about 6:30. The Nats didn't play particularly well in a lengthy battle in Houston today. They lose a series against the Astros. Danny is in his home office, we'll call it. Looks like a couch in the basement.
Indeed, sir.
I am in our Navy Yard Half Street studios. What's up, man?
Hey, dude, truncated but not limited. We will pack 4.5 hours, the longest radio program in the history of mankind, as far as I know, into an hour plus of power. You and me were going to do it, like sardines right in there.
ESPN's Aaron Schatz on the show at 6 covers the NFL. He's had a couple of Commanders-related pieces that caught my eye recently, including ranking them very high on his list of the teams most likely to win the Super Bowl. He does everything with an analytical bent. He comes from having created DVOA and kind of a numbers nerd from Football Outsiders. So I want to talk to him in 40 minutes today at 6. We should actually start with the Nats before we move on, oddly, because there's some significant news out of the Nats clubhouse today. They made their second pre-trade deadline deal, and there's continuing to be smoke on whether or not they're going to deal Mackenzie Gore, one of their two all-stars, the ace of their pitching staff. You know, I'm on board with trading him.
Same here.
I think it's going to be really difficult for the fan base if they do. Gore, after one of his worst starts of the season, who's been struggling lately, admitted after the game that, yeah, he is seeing a lot of the rumors and doesn't want to say that it's affecting him. He said, but I'd be lying if I told you it's not something I've been thinking about. So maybe his final start as a National, maybe the final pitch he ever threw was a 2-run home run that cost him his ball game today, and he got removed right away.
Yeah, so you thought about that yesterday. Well, Mike, the Nats have played twice since you and I last spoke to the folks, since last evening, 2 games. Michael Soroka really struggled, not a great final audition, if there is such a thing. Heading into the trade deadline, there's been some speculation around him. Probably not as a starter for a first-division club, but a useful arm. Velocity down, curveball was as bad as it's been in months, so that wasn't particularly great for his stock and value. And Mackenzie Gore, a name that obviously is bigger, it supersedes one start today, or a couple hiccup starts in a row, quite frankly. This is a top of the rotation, maybe not a true 1, maybe a 2. Who cares? You still have to pitch big games, and you would if you went and acquired Mackenzie Gore. But, yeah, it's certainly not his best stuff. And, you know, this was one of those things that I don't want to say we thought we outgrew, GP, but got squeezed, I thought, on what could have been a strike 3 call. You're not the first pitcher to ever have that happen to you. The next pitch is the most important pitch. Next thing you know, home run, as you said, day unravels, and and kind of off we go there. But yeah, he's a human being. I mean, you can't help but see those things. These guys aren't dumb, right? You get to the major leagues, you kick around a little bit, you sort of see the score, and a team that's 20 games under 500 after the loss today, that's kind of spinning their wheels. Other guys have already been traded. I think 3 so far on this road trip since they left D.C. Yeah, you could certainly do the math, and that speculation has to enter your mind. It has to enter those kind of private conversations or text threads and things. It's human nature, and it's normal.
Yeah, he is struggling with his command, is what I see. I mean, he's lost his breaking ball that was so dominant at one point. This is probably a command and control issue right now. He just hasn't been as sharp post-All-Star break. And I think it has a lot more to do with that than the fact that he sees some tweets that say he might get traded before his starts. But the fact is that right before the break here, he's had a few of his worst outings of the season. I should say the deadline, less the break. But I think he's going to be fine. He's either going to be in Washington and he's going to get his act back together. He'll be traded to a contender. And we'll know as of tomorrow because the deadline is set for 6 p.m. tomorrow for Mackenzie Gore. In the case of both him and Soroka, who you mentioned, a start, 2 starts, 3 starts, none of that's really going to be a factor. If a team is interested in those players, it's because of the stuff that they have, the ability that they would have if you added them to your rotation or your bullpen. Results, certainly in a small sample especially, just don't matter that much. But I do think the velocity for a guy like Soroka could be a hindrance.
I think it has to be, right?
Yeah, just because you wonder, is the arm okay? The Nats are saying it is, but when you're down 2-3 miles an hour over a couple of starts, generally that's a precursor of some issues. So I'll be curious to see if they can get something done with him. I do think they'll trade Josh Bell. Fascinated to see if they move Nathaniel Lowe, who's under contract through the end of next season as well. But the trade they made today, Danny, was a really good one because you dealt 2 guys that aren't going to be here next year, who both were here for a cup of coffee as passerbys, basically. And you got 2 minor league players that are controllable for a combined dozen seasons. I mean, this is exactly what Mike DiBartolo
100%.
should be doing. For those of you that didn't hear about the trade, the Nationals shipped relief pitchers Andrew Chafin and Luis Garcia to the Angels. Now, again, that's pitcher Garcia, not infielder Luis Garcia. Chafin's a lefty. Garcia's a righty. Chafin was signed in season as a 36-year-old to help just batten down the hatches and
just steady the ship a bit, yeah.
Glue things down as the bullpen was falling apart. Luis Garcia, the reliever, actually recently touched 100, has been throwing 99. He's pitched 10 times for the Nationals, 38 times this season. I mean, he was literally here for hours. I mean, he has barely been on this team. So to put Chafin and Garcia together for the Angels package, to go get Jake Eder, who's a 26-year-old lefty who was at one point in time a decent prospect in that system, and Sam Brown, who's a first baseman in Double-A, I think is brilliant. Neither of those guys is probably going to amount to much. There's a good chance Brown is never a regular starter at the major league level. Eder has pitched both in the bullpen, major league level, and as a starter in the minor leagues. 10.3 strikeouts per 9, by the way, as a starting pitcher in the minors, indicative of some decent stuff. Went to Vanderbilt, was a highly recruited player, 4th-round pick in 2020. So it's the kind of guy with some upside that you want to grab, frankly. You throw Brown into the deal, who's 23 and at Double-A. You get anything for the Chafin-Garcia return. I'm going to be excited. And to get a guy who could be in the major league soon in Jake Eder, and someone who just you add to the system to create more talent with Brown, what a win for DiBartolo.
100%. So if you've ever played fantasy sports, you know what one of these looks like, right? Regardless of your fantasy sport. You pick a guy up off of the waivers who's, just out there for anyone to pick up at any point in time, and he plays well for you, and you include him in a trade to somebody else and get something that helps your team, whether it's this year or in a keeper league for the future. That's literally what happened. These are scrap heap guys, with all due respect. They're big leaguers. But Andrew, anytime anyone wanted to sign Andrew Chafin, they could have. Same with Luis Garcia. Readily and easily available, incredibly low cost. Anything that you get back for someone that might be here in the future, part of the system, as you said, even if it doesn't, put a hot air balloon to raise the tide of the system, this is the right thing to do. They should be doing this throughout, and it's kind of been a staple, frankly, of even with Rizzo here over the last couple of years. You sign guys to these bargain basement deals, hope they do okay for you, and you send them on their way after they give you 100 games of hopefully decent baseball, getting a chance to play or pitch every day, And this is the strategy, and this is very, very smart. No championships are won today, no banners, no one's throwing a parade for this kind of a trade, but it's just good, smart baseball decision-making where you probably got a little bit worse today for a team that's already plenty worse. So, yeah, you're already about to drop a whole mess of games. That's already done before this trade, same with after the trade, but it is smart.
It's 2 times now that they've done this because of the Rosario deal earlier this week. So 3 players traded that were not bolted down, that were pending free agents, that are what I would consider to be seat warmers, seat fillers. Rosario, Chafin, and Luis Garcia, the pitcher. And they have gotten back 4 minor league players. Mm-hmm. I'm stopping short of saying prospects. I think Eder's the only guy who's really legitimately ranked any kind of a prospect in baseball. And he's at 26 now, having pitched for a couple of years in the majors, even on the fringe of that. But you do add minor league players to your system to create competition, to just stockpile as much talent as possible. And that's a strategy. That can be beneficial. Sometimes you get a guy back, you have no idea what you're getting. Maybe Eder turns into a helpful lefty reliever. But they have 4 players that have come back, mostly between Double-A and Triple-A, 3 of them. One of them's a teenager who's been shut down with an injury for the rest of the season, who's in the Dominican Summer League and is a long ways away. But maybe a couple major league relievers for next season out of that deal. So anything that they can do to trade the veterans from this bad team, to your point, in a lost season where wins and losses right now just have not ever really been this insignificant, because it's not even like if they lose, it's better. They are already a bottom 5 team in the sport at this moment, and they can't pick inside of the top 9. Remember the every other year philosophy now of the Major League Baseball draft. They had the 2nd pick, got Dylan Cruz. Then they weren't allowed to pick in the top 9 and got the 10th pick and took Seaver King. Then they won the lottery this year, picked first. Well, now, because of the CBA and the lottery, which I hate in Major League Baseball with all the quirky rules, they again will have to sit out the top 9 because of the market they're in and the payroll and some of these other things. And so the best they can pick, they'll probably be on the clock at number 10 again. So even like people that are going with the Wizards, tank, get the number 1 pick. The Nats can't even really control that part of it. So the wins and losses are borderline irrelevant. I care about things like James Wood getting out of his rut, C.J. Abrams finishing strong. If Mackenzie Gore is here, him not going into a second-half tailspin like he did last year. Jake Irvin not falling apart in the final month like he did. These types of storylines as you project forward. But trade Rosario, check. Trade Chafin and Garcia, well done. Next up should be Kyle Finnegan. Josh Bell, absolutely. Move him. Soroka, going to be a free agent at the end of the year. What can you get back? Add as much minor league talent as possible because the cupboard, while not completely barren, is just not looking like what you want it to. They are a below-average minor league system with a big league team right now that is near the bottom of the standings.
GB, this is something that I'm going to care about that I bet you will not. I rubber stamp everything that you just said. I agree with you 100%. The wins and losses aren't relevant per se when it comes to draft position. It's not like the other sports. The baseball's rules are terrible in this regard. I hope they get changed ASAP. I understand the sentiment of not wanting teams just to be perpetual bottom feeders, and you have to incentivize something. But the way they do it is ludicrous. Make it so you can't pick first 2 years in a row. Let's compromise. Let's say the Nats finish with the second worst record. The best they can do this year would be 5th, something like that. This nowhere in the top 9 or whatever is ludicrous and it's insane. Here's the other part I care about, though. I don't like the ability, or I'm rooting against the ability, for someone internally to be able to go, you see, the problem was Rizzo and Davey. I don't want that to just be the scapegoat or the excuse when something is systemically broken here. So to me, the losses matter in the sense that I want no one to be able to hide at any point in time. I want no one in the ownership suite to be able to go, we actually did a really good job this year. If it weren't for those 2 dinosaurs holding us back, we'd have been a lot better. Look at how good we were in the month of September or something like that. That's the only thing that I'm the slightest bit concerned about. Is it's very easy to blame the deposed kings and rulers of your program, right? So that's the only other thing I say when it comes to wins and losses don't matter. They do a little bit in that regard to me as kind of a cynical, irritated, ticked-off fan of the club. But analytically, everything you just said is correct, and I would rubber stamp it.
Yeah, so they'd won 3 in a row after their opening game win over the Astros in this series. And at that time, they'd won 5 of 7, including 2 straight series. And they had a chance today had they have won this rubber match with Gore on the hill, which going in on paper against a guy with a high ERA.
You feel pretty decent.
It felt like you had a chance to win a 3rd straight series. Now, it didn't work out that way. They get clobbered. And by the way, if your ERA is over 5 and you pitch against the Nationals, congratulations on your quality start.
Have a day.
Your 6 or 7 really good innings where you don't give up any runs, enjoy those. Your career performance. I mean, it is such a lock.
Yep.
Next time you see a guy with a ERA close to a touchdown pitching against the Nats, jump on FanDuel and make yourself a couple of bucks if you
Seriously.
can.
The Dylan G All-Star team grows every day. It looks like a guy throwing cracked wiffle balls out there.
They're bad in general, but there are 2 scenarios where they are at their worst. One, is it a day game?
Yes.
They will lose, and they will likely embarrass you in the process. They are, I believe, 13 and 33 in day games right now this season. It is unbelievable. Getaway day, they can't wait to get on the plane. I mean, they're fining people for contact, it feels like. But the second thing that I would say about this Nationals team where they are at their worst is, are they facing a pitcher who is overmatched and doesn't belong in the big leagues? Because if they are, he's about to carve them up like a pumpkin on October 28th. I mean, it is unbelievable how bad they are. When they face good pitchers, They hit them and they score. Joe Ryan this week, who's an all-star, who's got one of the best ERAs in the league, they knocked him around like a boxer who, went out partying the night before. They just left him bloody in the middle of the ring. But my God, when they face a dud of a pitcher like today, does it get ugly for this offense. But anyways, you would reference that you kind of don't want to see them string a bunch of wins together because then you start scapegoating and they don't make the changes they need to. I just don't think it's going to work that way. You know my opinion. I don't think they're going and really making wholesale changes as it is. There is a very likely work stoppage looming in Major League Baseball. We know this.
Mm-hmm.
Next year is the final year of the collectively bargained agreement. Going into the 27 season, there will need to be a new CBA. There is major acrimony between the players and the agents, the PA, and the sport. You all saw the story of Bryce Harper, Mr. Tough Guy, getting in the face of the commissioner in the clubhouse nose to nose and telling them to get the bleep out of their dressing room, right? That is just a small microcosm, a small look into Not Bryce Harper being a punk, which I guess you could say that was the case in that moment too. But the fact that players right now cannot stand the league and the way they're trying to operate with the implementation of, say, a salary cap and some of these things. So I bring this up to say, Danny, if we're really going toward a work stoppage like everybody assumes, I don't think the learners are going to go out and hire some hotshot executive for $5, $6, $7 million a year to then pay that person not to work. I think that they would continue with what is going on now, which is, especially if DeBartolo, who's made 2 pretty good trades so far, can get a good return from Mackenzie Gore, or if he flips Bell and he flips Lowe and they have a successful next couple of days, they will have seemingly crushed it in the draft. We'll see if the players are any good or not, but the philosophy was brilliant. They got all their guys signed with the savings of taking their favorite player at number 1. Then they will have had a quality deadline. I thought when they went to DeBartolo, he had a really, really good chance of keeping the GM job. Now I'm convinced of it, just based on the fact that I've got to convince myself otherwise, that the learners are going to pay an executive not to work for several months, who's a hot shot, who's one of the top execs in the sport that they brought in. You think they're doing that? I don't.
No, I don't either. I think status quo is the name of the game. And I guess what I should be more clear with what I'm trying to say. It's not just the GM position. It's everybody gets to say in the organization, from the marketing intern to baseball ops to the ownership C-suite to who runs the team store, who the person in charge of concessions. Everybody's going to get to say, see the problem. It was Mike Rizzo and Davey Martinez. We fixed it though. Now we're good to go. And everybody gets to kind of keep going back to the status quo. That's what I'm more referring to, right? It's a bit hyperbolic, but it was always the then Redskins sort of mantra and way of doing things. Dan would trot out the new savior, whoever that was, right? And then things would go badly, and then that person would get scapegoated, and we'd find the new villain, or we'd find the new hero with the new white knight that would come in, etc. And that's what I'm basically saying. Everybody over there needs to be looking in the mirror at all times, as if to say, what I was doing wasn't good enough. What we're doing isn't good enough. What can be better? And not just be able to hide behind, well, our record was better once we fired Rizzo and Davey Martinez. That's all I was referring to. But you're 100% right. The substantive change that is required from the billionaire family to make those kinds of introspective looks into things and to be able to say, hey, I need to do something different. Good luck waiting on that. Let me know how quickly that happens.
I'll be curious to see if some Nats fans who were listening to the game want to hop in on this. As I told you, we do have Aaron Schatz coming up at 6 o'clock to talk about the Commanders. He had a piece where he's got them as one of the most likely teams to get to the Super Bowl this year. We'll ask the ESPN number cruncher about that in about 20 minutes. But I want to know from Nats fans who have seen Juan Soto traded and were here for the dismissals, the exits of Trey Turner via trade, Bryce Harper in free agency, Anthony Rendon in free agency, and so many others, who watch games night in and night out with Schwarber and some of your favorite players on other teams now. If they traded Mackenzie Gore, would you understand it and get it? Or would that be damaging to your fandom in a way that could be irreparable to the fan base? 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. We're one day ahead of the Major League Baseball trade deadline. Reports today that the Cubs, even the Yankees, are calling the Nationals about Mackenzie Gore. If they traded him, what would your reaction be as a Nats fan? That is the question on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. The red, white, and still saving sales event, the Ford Summer Sales event, still lives on at Ted Britt Ford. Some unbelievable deals. I'd like to tell you about them right now. New Ford F-150 XLT. No payments for 90 days. And how about $20,000 off a new Ford F-150? It's not bad, right? The Bronco. How about the Bronco? Score over $3,500 off a new 2024 Bronco Wild Track with no payments for 90 days. Or explore the summer for far less than a new 2025 Explorer ST. almost $3,000 off the MSRP, and again, no payments for 90 days. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get Ted Britt for life. Danny, what is that? Great question, radio listener. It's when you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get peace of mind for life. Powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections, and so much more. It's lifetime vehicle coverage with every new or pre-owned vehicle with less than 100,000 miles. You can't beat it. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford, and do me a personal favor. Tell them Danny sent you.
Gore deals. Swing a high drive left field. Wood going back to the warning track. He'll watch it go. That is long gone to the Crawford boxes. Altuve's 3-run homer makes it 4-1 Houston.
As heard earlier today on 106.7 The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. Aaron Schatz of ESPN on the Commanders' chances to make the Super Bowl. He crunched all the numbers. He joins us in 15 minutes. But Mackenzie Gore, for the second time in 3 starts post-All-Star break, scuffled today. Could be his final outing with the Nats. The trade deadline is 24 hours and 15 minutes from right now at 6 p.m. tomorrow. How would you react to a Gore deal? An All-Star coming into his own as a front-of-the-rotation starter. Kind of a funny thing to talk about right now. There's some recency effect here where he's got an ERA over 10 in his last 3 outings. But a mid-threes earned run average, was one of the leaders in baseball in strikeouts all season long, only 26 years old. But he's only got 2 years of term left after this. He is Boris advised, and that means he's going to the market very likely. And it's long been said, even non-Boris, that he's the kind of guy that maybe isn't going to end up in D.C. Like, this is not a place he necessarily wants to be for the rest of his career. So if he's likely to leave in a couple of years, should they just flip him now for a nice return, being as far away as they are? That's the question for you on Grant and Danny. 800-636-1067. Danny is at home. I'm in our D.C. studios. Let's get to the phones. Edwin is in Silver Spring. What's up, Edwin?
Hey, how are you doing, Grant?
Good, thanks, man.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, Danny?
Good
to hear from you guys.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Let's go.
All right. It wouldn't bother me at all. I don't think it would bother the fan base at all. I think he's much less a player in actual performance or just like his like status or whatever, compared to the guys that we traded and were upset over, like Rendon, Harper, or whoever else. I think, and then about him individually, I feel like his numbers make him look better than he is. I just don't feel like he's the number one in the rotation, yes, but I don't feel like he's an ace in the sense that if, like, out of 5 starts, I don't believe that you'd expect him to go complete 7 innings out of 3 of them, 3 out of 5, or even reach the 7th inning. You know, he's not the type of guy who, if we're in a 7-game series, he's going to start twice, and we're actually going to depend on him to do stuff. You know, I just don't really believe in him or his talent that he's that type of guy. So I feel that if we traded him now, that would be the best bet because we're trading him as good as he's ever going to look. Or right now, there's as much belief in his potential I feel that there will ever be. I think the longer he plays, the more he's going to get disrobed, more or less, you know.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. So a couple of things. I think your issue in terms of him not going 7 innings is more with the era we're in than him. Like, nobody really does that.
His power arm like that, too, you know, it's everything's in every pitch and a lot of grunting and huffing and striking guys out. You could sort of see that star burning bright and not lasting as long.
I do think his point is correct, though, that he's the ace of the national staff. He's not a true ace starter right now. There's not 30 of those guys. Every team doesn't have one. There's probably 12 to 15 of them. On a World Series caliber team, I think ideally he's a number 2 starting pitcher. Like, you could win a division or make the playoffs with him as your number 1. Because I'm of the belief still that he's getting better, too. He's only 26. Every year in the league, including this year, he's improved. 4.5 ERA to 4.4 to 3.9 to now 3.8, and that's after a bad stretch here. It's probably going to end up being in 3.4, 3.3, 3.5 range at the end of the year. And I still think there's a little more ceiling there. I've long been high on him. I love this stuff. 150 strikeouts, 120 innings. Like, this is an elite repertoire guy who throws 97 from the left side. So I like him a little bit more than the caller does in that regard. But his point is true that he's a number 2 type starter. He's also, and I would have asked him this if we could keep him longer, but we're keeping it moving here, Danny. He's clearly the best starting pitcher they've had since Scherzer Strasburg. Like, that
without
is
question, yeah.
Irrefutable. And for the next 2 years, building around him in the rotation, you could be a competitive team. Let's go to Campbell in D.C. What's up, Campbell?
Good afternoon, boys. The last caller said most of it. I think you guys agree. He's a number 2 anywhere else. Now, he might be a number 3, but the issue I have is last season and this season, post-All-Star, he starts to wear down because, like you said, he's a max energy guy, and you're sitting there thinking, we're not going to be contending in 3 years. You might as well get as much as you can get from him right now. If you can't get a crochet deal done during trade deadline, wait till the winter meetings, like you guys said. But also, I don't trust the coaching staff to help him get better. His ceiling is real high, but Jim Hickey has not shown me in forever that he can develop a young guy. He's able to help good guys be good, but he has never helped a good guy become great. So, I don't want to see him go, but I know as a season plan holder, when I go to the ballpark, I know what to expect. And I was at that game where he got taxed in the first inning by Bogarts. He looked spent early. In today's game on the radio, he sounds spent. So
appreciate you, buddy.
Great call, buddy.
Yeah, that's the 2 starts he's referencing are these 2 since the break where he's given it up with the ERA over 10. I don't know that he's going to have as bad a second half, Danny, as he did last year. The sample's just too small with 3 starts. But last year, he had a bad second half, and he's off to a rough start. The only thing I'd push back on, because I think it was a really good call, he's not a number 3. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Like, this is a lefty with an average fastball at 96-plus miles an hour and multiple off-speed pitches that get high swing and miss rate, who strikes out 11 batters per 9 and was an all-star this year. Not Josiah Gray style, but an actual deserved, legitimate all-star. So give me a break on number 3. He is, for a really good team, if you have a true ace at number 2, there's 20 teams in the league maybe, or 15 or so, where he would be the number 1 starter.
Yeah, he's really, really good. Going through a rough patch now, certainly, and that's every starting pitcher. You're going to find that. True Cy Young candidates limit those, and you end up with the numbers that sort of act accordingly there. But yeah, he's really good. I mean, to me, the main part of this that you've seen, it's 2 angles. Angle 1 is the season ticket plan holder that's already spent the money. The Nationals aren't giving that back once they trade away Mackenzie Gore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, nobody's saying, okay, well, it's now 4A Freddie that's going to take his start, so we're going to knock $7 off of your 200-level seat. I get being frustrated by that. That's number 1. But number 2, from a baseball perspective, I'm pretty cutthroat as a general manager type person. I'm not one, but if I was, you guys wouldn't like me a whole lot. But in general, I would go, what is my window? When does that begin? If I was in a window that I wanted to be, which is right now, I would not be trading him. The same way I wasn't going to trade Anthony Rendon when we're winning 94 games. The same way I'm not trading Max Scherzer away when we're a World Series contender and on down the line. That's not the case. I'm looking at my timeline going, there's no spending in my near future. I'm not going to be a contender next year before this presumed work stoppage. My earliest window maybe is 2027. Beyond that, he's not going to be here. I know that. I've done the math. Therefore, right now, this is when your value is at its best. It's pretty simple. It's cut and dry to me.
Best case, you've got 1 season, meaning not this year but the year after, where Mackenzie Gore is going to be a part of your rotation when you're competitive. And that's if you do things well the next couple of off seasons. I just brought this up in another conversation, but it's probably a work stoppage at the beginning of that year. I don't even know how much baseball we're going to play. Hopefully it's 3/4 of a season or something like that. And maybe you can't operate as if we're definitely going to lose time, but I think that's the expectation around the sport. That should factor into this as well, by the way. Like, that's half of what you have left of Mackenzie Gore is that 27 season where there might be baseball games lost. Makes it even more, I think, reasonable to trade him. Let's go to Tyler, who's in Richmond. What's up, Tyler? How are you?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
I'm okay with trading him if they get back controllable, major league ready talent. Also, I think the future of this team is going to come down to who are you going to get to manage this team, and are you willing to spend money? Because any manager who comes in here may not want to be a part of a rebuild.
It's a great point. I mean, the manager question's huge. Again, are they going to spend big money or bring in a courted, beloved managerial candidate, knowing that a work stoppage looms after next season, paying that guy not to work? Or even if there was no work stoppage, they've shown no inclination to do that in the past. You know, Davey was a first-timer, was a kind of middle of the pack from what I was told in terms of salary, a little over $2 million after all the years he'd been here. I'll be very curious to see what that hiring looks like. But I do think in a Gore return, for the record, you would get high-end minor leaguers in level, like AA, AAA type guys that are closer. You'd have to get an arm back that can help you in the rotation sometime early to mid next season, I think. Now, you're talking about going and finding some of the top pitching prospects in the game for contenders that aren't ready right now to help them this postseason. Maybe won't be ready until part of the way through next year. But I agree with that caller. I can't make the trade for 4 guys in single A that are lottery tickets that are really high ceiling. You need some pretty established talents that are closing in on the major leagues. Jim, Silver Spring, you get the last word. How do you think the fan base would deal with the Mackenzie Gore trade?
Grant, quickly, and I've called you many, many times, and I absolutely think that the fan base, if they know anything about baseball, it's the time to move them is right now. You know, a lot of the veteran pitchers, starting pitchers that are available at this trade deadline are having really bad years. I mean, you may be able to get a pretty good haul for Gore just because the competition is so bad.
True.
So
and how about Lugo? Seth Lugo just re-signed with the Royals, who would have been one of the top candidates to be traded. That made the Gore price go up again.
Yeah, I would also suggest. I agree with you. He's got number one stuff, but I think he's emotional, and I think he's emotional. I think he might be a little bit emotionally fragile. I mean, you know, he gets something goes sideways on him, and he tends to blow up and gives up home runs and that kind of stuff. Maybe that may be a function of maturity, but that's not a good sign. But they're not going to be good again. This rebuild is taking much longer. This is a bad baseball team. Rebuild's taking a lot longer than originally anticipated. They're not going to be good at least till 2028, even if they catch some breaks. So by the way, one thing is for years you would defend him on some levels, but I would say, in fairness to Rizzo, I had long been calling for his head. But there's also an element of, the bad drafting really came home, to roost in these recent years. But I got to say, they are absolutely snake bitten and somebody like yourself who knows the system top to bottom, it's just not Travis Secor or Cade Cavalli. It's almost unimaginable. I mean, of course, it's happening to the Dodgers with veterans. It is almost unimaginable the injuries they've had among the young pitchers they've tried to develop.
It's crazy.
That might call into question whether they're doing something wrong with the way they develop them. But it's really hard to do a rebuild when you get these guys to the precipice and they fall apart physically.
It's a great call. A lot of good intel in there. Danny,
appreciate you, buddy.
They have dealt with a ton of injuries. Everybody does. But they certainly, in addition to just not having enough success in the parts they control, some of the things they don't control haven't gone their way either.
Yeah, when you don't have an endless army of elite prospects and the normal attrition and injury rate affects you, it looks worse. Like Travis Secor was the bright shining light in the darkness, man. And they snuffed that light out for at least a season plus. That ain't right. That ain't fair. That stinks. But if there were two other Secoras at different levels, one guy knocking on the door in AAA, another guy down at single A, it wouldn't feel as devastating because, again, that's normal. The pitching mechanic breaks down. That is a reasonable thing that happens when everybody's throwing 100 and you're probably not supposed to. But, man, oh, man, it just feels that much more like a kick in the giblets when you're going between starving wanderings in the desert for months and even years at a time.
MLB trade deadline about 24 hours from right now. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Aaron Schatz of ESPN says the Commanders have some of the best chances in the NFL to get to the Super Bowl. We'll ask him about that next.
I'm Lynnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. We had Nats baseball earlier this afternoon right here on The Fan. The fellas were 9-1 losers in Houston. Another rough outing for Mackenzie Gore. He lasted just 5 1/3, giving up 6 runs on 8 hits. The fellas will have the night off tomorrow before returning home Friday for a weekend series with the Brewers. MLB trade deadline a little under 24 hours away, and the Nats are active, sending relievers Andrew Chafin and Luis Garcia to the Angels in exchange for minor league first baseman from the Angels, as well as left-handed pitcher Jake Eder. Eder has a 4.91 ERA in the majors and is the Angels' 24th-ranked prospect. The Commanders had the day off. They'll be back on the practice field tomorrow, but this morning was the second of 2 public hearings for public testimony on the proposed $3.7 billion RFK site project, giving residents a chance to ask questions and voice their opinion on the matter. D.C. at-large council member Robert White says he has not made up his mind on the proposed stadium project. The next vote for the proposal is set for August 1st. NBA news, former Wizards guard Gilbert Arenas and a suspected Israeli crime figure were arrested today on a federal indictment alleging that they operated an illegal gambling business in which high-stakes poker games were played at Encino Mansion, which Gilbert Arenas owned. Arenas scheduled to make his first court appearance and be arraigned in the U.S. District Court on Wednesday afternoon in Los Angeles. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Lynnell Willingham on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. The show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, they do it all. Check them out. They've got a Fairfax office. They're good dudes. They went to Lake Braddock High and George Mason University. Schedule a consultation with their team today. Mention us to get a discount. KMLawyers.com. That's KMLawyers.com. We've been talking Nats in the wake of their game today. They lose big in Houston to the Astros. They're coming home for a homestand now. But let's get to the Rude Guest Hotline and change things over to the football side of things. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And that is where we find our buddy Aaron Schatz. You know him from his work over at Football Outsiders for years, creating DVOAs, now at ESPN. And he had 2 pieces that were Commanders related that we wanted to ask him about over the last few days. Aaron, you're on in D.C. Thanks for the time. How are you?
Hey, I'm good, guys. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
We're doing great. I want to start with what you put together for FTN, which was the highest chances to win the Super Bowl via your DVOA projections. So you're going to have to go into the specifics on how you kind of put this algorithm together. But I'll just tell people, you had the Ravens 1, which seems reasonable enough, 19% chance. You have the Bills at 14.7%, the Lions 3rd at 12.1%, and then number 4 in the NFL, better chance than the Chiefs, better chance than the Eagles. You have the Washington Commanders behind only Baltimore, Buffalo, and Detroit in terms of the highest chance to win the Super Bowl. So how did you come up with that?
Yeah, I mean, we put in, ratings from the last 3 years. We look at personnel changes over the offseason. We look at, things that tend to regress to the mean from year to year, and we put it all together. We do a book every year, the FTN Football Almanac. It's out right now. You can get it at ftnfantasy.com/almanac or search for it on Amazon. And, yeah, the big surprise projection is that we have Washington with a little bit better chances than the Philadelphia Eagles. There's a couple of things that go into that. One is that even though they're going to regress on 4th downs, there's no way Washington can be as good on 4th downs as they were last year. We do think that some of the personnel changes that they've made on offense help make up for that, that decline. Adding Deebo Samuel, adding Laramie Tunsil. We think their defense can be a little bit better than it was last year, even though, I know there's questions about things like pass rush. But also schedule is a big deal. Philadelphia has the 2nd hardest schedule projected in the league. Washington's is only 12th. I'll give you a good example. Philadelphia has to play Buffalo, while Washington plays Miami. There's a big difference between those 2 teams.
Who are the bigger difference makers? Jaden Daniels obviously is, hopefully ascending year 2, MVP candidate according to some. That's awesome. That's fantastic. Besides that, Aaron, where would this leap come from, or where would some of the other, major difference makers here to jump them up in these kind of rankings be? Where are they?
Well, I mean, it's not that much of a jump. They were a very good team last year. The jump came last year. Last year was when the jump was. Adding Tunsil is important because offensive line was an issue last year, and he's very good despite the fact that he does get a lot of penalties. Marshawn Lattimore was very good in the first half of last year. So if he's healthy, that's a big addition to the secondary, and if Amos can be good, that's another addition. Secondary has been a real weakness for them over the last couple of years, and they may have really improved it this year. So, I mean, pass rush is a huge question. There's that's no doubt about that. But those are big improvements. I think their defense can be average. Not good, but average. And if their offense can be what we think it can be, and they'll need McLaurin to sign, not to hold out in order for that to be the case. But if their offense can be as good as we think it can be, an average defense is all they'll need to be a big contender.
Aaron Schatz, check him out, A Shots NFL on social media. He created DVOA, ESPN NFL analyst. See him on FTN. So, all right, let's do this then, Aaron. How much different are things without McLaurin? You just referenced they need him to sign. Is there a way to even quantify that?
Yeah, I think McLaurin is a huge part of that offense. There's no doubt about it. We wouldn't project them over Philadelphia if McLaurin wasn't there. And there's they're depending on a couple of young guys like McCaffrey in depth if they have any injuries. So they cannot afford to lose McLaurin. He's hugely important.
In terms of who else might step up, I mean, Deebo Samuel, obviously, he's new to the offense. You mentioned Laremy Tunsil before. We're hoping that the Luke McCaffreys of the world, we're hoping that fourth-rounder Jalen Lane here in town is something of a great find for them. A seventh-round pick, Chakori Krosky Merritt as a running back, we're hoping turns into something. But you see the main operative word there, Aaron, is hope for a lot of these guys. Who are some of the players that haven't really done it consistently yet at a high level that you guys have saying, hey, watch out for this. This might kind of account for this team being a legit contender.
It's less about certain players raising their game and more about just the team as a whole and how it's playing. Again, this team was like a 7th or 8th or something in DVOA last year. So all it's going to take is a little bit of improvement. If the defense, we had the defense 23rd last year, right? To go from 23rd to what we're projecting, which is 17th, that's not a huge improvement. If you get a little bit more pass rush, plus you have Lattimore and Trey Amos coming in, then that's, go up 6 places. That's fine. And then Daniels, look, here's the thing. When you play as well as Daniels did last year, you don't normally take a big year 2 step forward because you're already playing at such a high level. He just has to play at that level again. We're not expecting him to get better, but we're also not expecting him to get worse.
Aaron Schatz has the Commanders with the 4th best chance to win the Super Bowl behind the Ravens, Bills, and Lions, joining us here on Grant and Danny. Along the lines of regression, where you're talking about you don't have Daniels getting worse, there were some things last year that feel unsustainable. Turnovers as a margin year to year don't always sustain. They were brilliant in that area and not turning the ball over. Another thing is fourth down percentage. And I know that the Ravens, as an example, Aaron, have benefited for years from the cheat code that is Lamar Jackson in 4th and short, and Washington should benefit from Daniels in the same way. So I don't expect them to be below average. But they were like 23 of 26 at the end of last season.
Good.
Like, that is just, there's no way that happens again. How do you bake that kind of thing into this, that it feels like there are some things where they were living a pretty charmed life last year? I saw on ESPN, I don't know who does this, but some guy came up with like a luck metric where they had the most dropped passes against them in the league. Like little things like that might not show up.
No, it's true. That's all baked in. But we just, the improvement of the talent, adding Tunsil, adding Samuel, they've made some good moves. There's a lot of positives here. And the other thing is, this is also about Philadelphia. Defense is harder to predict than offense. It is less consistent. People don't understand how much the Philadelphia team during the regular season was driven by defense. They were only 13th in DVOA in offense. They were number 1 in defense by a lot. And they've lost a lot of talent in the offseason. They are not going to be that good on defense again. And they have a harder schedule. So now you're talking about Philadelphia, instead of being the best team in the NFC, you're talking about them being maybe the 3rd or 4th best team in the NFC. And that boosts Washington a little bit because they have the easier schedule in the same division. That's why I see them as a more likely division champion, even though both teams are very good.
Aaron, where does Dallas fit in for you? Kind of, if it's possible to have a quiet offseason, they haven't. Certainly, Jerry Jones is loud and puts his foot in his mouth every other day. But in terms of improving the ball club, I think they're better right now than they were last year. How much of a threat are they in that division?
Well, just having Dak Prescott back healthy, it's hard to know what to expect from Prescott because it was not a very large sample last year before he got hurt. But he was nowhere near as good as he was the year before. And I'm not a big Brian Schottenheimer believer as far as Brian Schottenheimer as the head coach. Also, we just don't know what the health is of the secondary. Guys like Trevon Diggs and Deron Bland, you just don't know. I mean, obviously, Micah Parsons is like an awesome dude, but they're trying to get pass rush from other places. The secondary has injury question marks. I'm not big on Dallas this year. I think they're going to be more of an average team.
Aaron, I want to go back to the Commanders for a second and the other of the two pieces that you wrote where I thought it was very favorable to Washington and people should be very excited. You came out this week with your 32-team ranking for talent under the age of 25. Danny and I actually did quite a bit of time on the show about this yesterday. I was stunned that the Commanders were 3rd, but I realized, okay, well, this has a lot to do with Jaden Daniels, who's going to age out next year. And my suggestion was when he ages out, they're probably like 30th or something like that. Because they really, I think you had Brandon Coleman as a blue chipper. Their best under 25 players, probably Mikey Sanders, still not named Jaden Daniels. Coleman, if he turns into a really good guard, I could have there. But otherwise, it's like this year's rookie class, hoping someone like Ben Sinnott or Luke McCaffrey breaks out. I mean, there's very little, and I blame the Rivera era for that, the Marty Party, and those guys that are gone. They just drafted terribly. First and second rounders not on the team. You had him 3rd. What kind of reflection on Daniels is that? And if he wasn't there, what would that look like?
I mean, first of all, there are other guys. There's like Johnny Newton, right? And there's Sinnott, who's a second-round pick, even though you haven't seen much from him. You just don't expect to see much from tight ends in their rookie year. So, you got to expect Sinnott's going to grow a lot. But it's mostly Daniels. I mean, they would be, probably average or below if it wasn't for Daniels. Yeah. So he ages out of this ranking next year. But what he is right now is the most valuable young asset in the NFL. Like, given how well he played last year, you would have to say that he's the most valuable asset under the age of 25 in the league. Probably C.J. Stroud is second.
What are we not appreciating enough about Jaden Daniels? Just in terms of what you guys see, the data, et cetera, because that's a pretty profound statement. I think you're right, Aaron. The most valuable asset in the sport under 25, and which makes him one of the most valuable assets in the sport, kind of full stop there. What are we not maybe stopping and smell the roses on with him enough?
I don't know. Are Commanders fans not stopping and smelling the roses? Are you guys not as excited by this guy as everybody else? I mean, my colleague Nina Kimes did her quarterback draft episode of her podcast, and I believe they picked Daniels 5th, right? Like, we know who the top 4 quarterbacks are in the league. They're all in the AFC. Jackson, Mahomes, and Allen in some order. Burrow, 4th. Daniels might be 5th. Like, there's a number of guys who have a claim on 5th, but he's one of them. He's really good.
No doubt. I mean, he was an MVP candidate last year and could very well win the MVP award this year. I think for some of us, it's just like hard to fathom Washington being in the conversation or repeating last year, which felt like a magical carpet ride. But no, this piece that you put out that ranks them 4th best to do it, or 3rd best in the young talent, it certainly gives us some positivity, some optimism going into the season. I want to ask you about the top of that list where you have the Ravens, the Bills, and the Lions. I've been asking a lot of our national experts, who is the better chance to break through, Baltimore or Buffalo? Because I feel like Buffalo's schedule is a little bit easier. I don't know if that's true, but it seems like they've got a path maybe to finally be the 1 seed and host the Chiefs. Why do you personally agree? I know this is the DVOA metric. Do you personally agree that the Ravens have a better chance to knock the door down they've been kicking at than the Bills?
No, as much as our numbers have loved the Ravens the last 2 years to a ridiculous extent, one of the best regular season teams of all time. But I do think because of the schedule strength, Buffalo is more likely to have the higher seed. Buffalo is more likely to have the home field advantage throughout the AFC playoffs. And that means I do think Buffalo is probably more likely than Baltimore to break the string. But history is filled with teams that couldn't get it done in the playoffs until the year they finally did. A really good example, the LA Rams from 72 to 78 were like 66-19 or something. And in 79, they finally went to the Super Bowl. Like, it can happen. The problem is it can't happen for both of them. Only one of them can do it.
Aaron, super informative as always. Great collection of pieces. Giving us a lot of content here this week, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. FTNFantasy.com/almanac. Previews of all 32 teams, all of our projections. People should check it out.
Yeah, let me ask you real quick, if you don't mind, about that and just the work that goes into the Almanac. I mean, you've got staff helping you out, I'm sure, but that's a nice asset that I've checked out. You've done a really good job at the last couple of years. I mean, what is that undertaking like?
Yeah, it's pretty intense. We do it over about a 10-week period. We write the whole thing. I mean, I put all the numbers together before that, and then we write in about 10 weeks. I do have a staff of writers that write all the chapters. People know guys like Mike Tanier, Dan Pizzuta, Brian Knowles. They've been writing for me for years. There's a lot of film study that goes into this. There's a lot of humor that's in it. There's a lot of stats that's in it, and the most accurate team projections every year.
And where can people get it?
Either on Amazon, search for FTN Football Almanac 2025, or go to ftnfantasy.com/almanac.
If you like data, analytics, numbers, smart insight, it's a really, really good resource. All right, Aaron, we appreciate you, buddy. Great having you back on as always.
All right, we'll talk to you sometime during the season.
Yes, sir. That's our guy, Aaron Schatz. He is, and it's not just him, Danny, but his metrics. I mean, these are numbers, so it's not like they're just fans of Jaden Daniels. It's an algorithm. They're very high on the Commanders.
So when we do this remember the flip side, when we kept trying to tell people, we are not yelling at anybody, we're not ripping anybody, we're not saying anything other than, here's what the data says. Washington was very lucky last year, right? With the number of dropped interceptions, number of dropped passes by opponents, these instances, these penalties, this turnover margin, etc. Washington was fortunate, right? These are just the numbers. And it was viewed as very negative, and people can't handle the word luck. Well, here's the flip side of that. Here's the bullish, emotionless, cold world of AI and data basically spitting out the simple fact that Washington is among the leading contenders to go win the damn Super Bowl. Like, that's not some guy going, let me tell you something about what Dan Quinn's building in terms of guts and family. That's not in DVOA.
There's no brotherhood metric.
Yeah, you know what I mean? There's none of that. It is they spit out the computer, gives you the best information possible. Again, it's not gospel, certainly. That teams outperform, underperform DVOA all the time or any other metric. All we're trying to do is quantify what it is that we're seeing in a sport that's hard to level and equalize. All that said is that's incredibly positive and bullish, and it's just as much, you heard him, about Washington being something that we're all hopeful they are, combined with the distinct possibility that it's really hard for Philadelphia or anybody else that's at the top to kind of keep sustaining that unbelievable level they've played at here over the last season plus.
Let's spin you around the NFL with some of the news of the day. The Commanders were off today. No training camp practice. They get back after it tomorrow. Dan Quinn will speak at 7:30, so you'll hear some of that press conference on the Junkies tomorrow. And then their practice is at 8 a.m. I'll be out there in the heat again, so we'll have interviews for you on tomorrow's show and a full practice report on Grant and Danny. But elsewhere, there was action in the NFL today on the practice field. Let's start with the Bengals. They have released running back Zach Moss. Moss is 27. He'll be 28 this football season. Last year, he started 6 games in Cincinnati. He only averaged 3.3 yards per carry. For his career, he's over 4 per pop. He at one point in time ran for over 5 yards a carry with Buffalo back in 2022. I'm a little surprised by this. He was not going to start for the Bengals, but it felt like he was a short yardage goal line thumper who could score some touchdowns, 16 of them in his career. He's played with the Bills, the Colts, and the Bengals, and now he's looking for work.
Yeah, he's, to liken it to someone that you and I know very well, he's very Brian Robinson-y, right, in terms of his style of play. There's nothing flashy, nothing dynamic, but is always on rosters, is always kind of around, has played in a few different stops, to your point, and coaches are enamored with this style, with, as you said, that thumper, that between the tackles, downhill, punishing runner. He played a lot against Washington, if you remember, there in week number 3 when they played at Cincinnati in that thrilling game. And I'm going, thank goodness they give it to that guy instead of somebody else, right? I mean, that is a favor for the opponent. I understand he's still going to tackle him. He's still going to make plays, and that can soften up defenses. But he'd have a role for me, but it wouldn't be anywhere near as big as it's been over the course of his career.
Well, this is just one of those signs, too, of things coming at you quickly or how unforgiving the league is. I mean, remember, 60-year player, he broke his neck in 3 places last season. He was back and trying to make the team, began camp on the NFI list. And so I don't know if it's a situation where maybe he retires or they just don't think he's going to be ready. They went and got Samaje Perine, Taj Brooks. But, I mean, the severity of the neck injury, we didn't really have the details until days before they moved on without him. And weeks later, it was like, this guy's got neck problems, not problems. And so finished on IR, and now you got to wonder what is next for him in his career. Speaking of the Bengals, maybe the bigger national story is Trey Hendrickson. His holdout is over. He is taking a page out of the Terry McLaurin playbook. He reported for camp. He is not practicing. Now, this is interesting, though. At least from what I could find today, Trey Hendrickson did not do the my ankles hurt bit that Terry McLaurin is doing. He is not, that I've seen, going to be placed on physically unable to perform list, which seems like a better strategy because theoretically McLaurin has the leverage to just, I don't want to say pretend to be hurt, but pretend to be hurt all season long, and then you just get transferred to injured reserve and you accrue the season because it's just like being on IR for tearing something, right? Like you get to free agency that way. It sounds like Hendrickson just showed up and said, I'm not practicing because of my contract until I get a new contract. So not exactly the same as McLaurin, who is dealing with a foot and ankle problem.
Yeah, I hope it's okay.
He said in air quotes. But Hendrickson's hold-in begins today. So both of the guys that were holding out are now holding in.
Yeah, I wonder what the logistics are. And you know what I mean? I wonder, it seems like everybody now is talking about the focal point of getting the deal done. Hendrickson certainly is. And Joe Burrow now stumping for him the way he did for his 2 receivers.
Hadn't he been doing that for weeks, though?
Yeah, but now that it just feels renewed because he's there on campus. He's there, around. It's not far away. It's I want that guy paid, someone that's already present for. So who knows? Again, I don't know how it's going to work. I know Cincinnati finally came to terms with their first-round pick. No, this is not 1995. This is 2025, where this is supposed to be commonplace and normal, but it's not the way Cincinnati does it. They do their own thing, and it finally just happened where Shamar Stewart came into camp this week. So I wonder how, it's easy to compare these two situations in terms of Hendrickson and McLaurin. Hendrickson probably a little bit more productive at his position than McLaurin's been, but the discussions are very similar. Excellent player, been really good, done everything you've ever asked him to do. Now it's time to pay him, but it's not like he's 24. Therein lies the rub. And for Cincinnati, it's more complicated because they've already paid handsome prices for 3 other players, top of the market values for Chase and Higgins, and of course their star quarterback, Joe Burrow.
Yeah, Hendrickson has led the NFL in sacks over the last 2 seasons with 35. So 4-time Pro Bowler who's been an All-Pro. I'm going to say there's a sizable gap between him and Terry, but I certainly get your point. They're both vital to their organizations. Last one here as we go around the NFL on Grant and Danny. Bad news for the Ravens. I know this is a guy you were high on last year. I've really liked as well. Tight end Isaiah Likely, the 25-year-old, going into the final year of his rookie contract. Danny, he's scheduled to make about $3.5 million, trying to have a big year so that he can hit the market and get paid. Former 4th-round pick. I think he went to Coastal. Set career highs last season with 42 catches, almost 500 yards, 6 touchdowns. Had a really nice start to the year with Mark Andrews, kind of off to a slow start. Well, he's got a fracture in his foot. He's going to miss roughly 6 weeks. They're hoping it could be closer to 4 of the 4 to 6 weeks, and he could come back for week 1. They open against the Bills on September 7th. My guess is he will not be ready for that first game, though, with a 4 to 6 week timeline.
He is really dynamic. He's one of those guys that I think if he got that full-fledged, honest-to-goodness, tight end 1 type treatment, could put up some pretty special numbers. Again, I don't know how.
He's a matchup problem. Like with his speed and length and the leaping ability, he's listed 6'4", 250. He just plays huge. I feel like he's always going up and getting rebounds.
You know, I don't know how good he is as an inline blocker, which some places matters more than others. That's a matters place. Talking about Baltimore, when you've got Derrick Henry back there and the best running quarterback probably in the history of the league, you know, with all due respect to Michael Vick and whoever else you want to throw in there, Lamar Jackson is a weapon. There's going to be plenty of running plays. There's going to be plenty of action where you'll have a choice, and you're going to have to be an effective blocker if you're going to play in that system and be that true number one. That's why I don't know if he's ever going to be that full-time dude there in Baltimore. He's a great supplemental piece. You know, if you go a two tight end look, think back to what the Patriots were doing years ago with Gronk and Aaron Hernandez. If you go regular base, one of those guys is running by you. If you go nickel, you'll get knocked in the next week by the tight end. Now teams are countering out a little bit more with that bigger safety, with kind of that hybrid linebackers thing. But I think Likely is a dude that could go somewhere else and really become a star.
That is your trip around the NFL. Again, the Junkies at 6 a.m. going to be on during the Dan Quinn presser at 7:30 tomorrow. So I'll be looking forward to hearing what he's got to say before a 8 a.m. practice that has been moved up an hour for the Heat. I'm sure that'll be comfortable out there for the fellas in Ashburn. Big thanks to Darius and Bennett and Ryan for their work on the production. Grant and Danny saying so long. An exhausting hour or so of radio today after the Nats played a lengthy game and lost to the Astros. Lynnell has overtime coming your way next.
Thank you for coming.
We're brought to you by the Empower Home team of Keller Williams Realty. We had Nats baseball earlier this afternoon on the Fan. The fellas were 9-1 losers in Houston. Another rough outing for Mackenzie Gore. He lasted just 5 1/3, giving up 6 runs on 8 hits. The fellas will have the night off tomorrow before returning home Friday night for a weekend series with the Brewers. MLB trade deadline a little under 24 hours away, and the Nats are active, sending relievers Andrew Chafin and Luis Garcia to the Angels in exchange for minor league pitcher Sam Brown. In exchange for minor league first baseman Sam Brown and left-handed pitcher Jake Eder. Eder has a 4.91 ERA in the majors and is the Angels' 24th ranked prospect. This morning was the second of 2 public hearings for public testimony on the proposed $3.7 billion RFK site project, giving residents a chance to ask questions and voice their opinion on the matter. D.C. at-large Councilman Robert White says he has not made up his mind on the proposed stadium project. The next vote for the proposal is set for August the 1st. Former Wizards star Gilbert Arenas was arrested Wednesday in connection with a federal indictment that alleges the former NBA star hosted an illegal high-stakes poker game at his mansion in Encino, California. That, according to a release from the U.S. District Attorney's Office in Central California. Arenas scheduled to make his first court appearance and be arraigned in the U.S. District Court on Wednesday afternoon in Los Angeles. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call needed. Just text your address to 800-763-3000 to see what your home is worth today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Lynnell Willingham on the Fan. yeah. What's going on, DMV? You know who it is. Youngest in charge movement. Lynnell Willingham here with you live and local on 106.7 The Fan. And always streaming live nationally on the always free Odyssey app. Ride with me. It'll take you up to 10 o'clock here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. We've been very brief the last couple of nights here on OT. Appreciate all the phone calls. You know how to get at me. 1-800-636-1067. You tweet at me as well. Pay very close attention. It is at NELL_BTP. Hell of a lot to get to before we pass things over to the Infinity Sports Network about JP Finley, who you can hear weekdays 10 to 2 right here on 106.7 The Fan. He is going to join us coming up at about 8:30. We get his thoughts on the first 6 days of training camp for the Washington Commanders. We'll end the show with our pal Mike Jones, national writer for The Athletic, as we take a spin around the National Football League. The injury bug going Kanye crazy right now across the NFL. Couple of different teams already dealing with major injuries right now. Knock on wood that doesn't happen to the Burgundy and Gold. I want to start things off with this, though. It was an off day for the Washington Commanders. It also marked day 2 of the hearings on the RFK Stadium deal. A lot of different folks spoke today. We heard from Phil Mendelssohn. We heard from Commanders team president Mark Klaus. We heard from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. We heard from at-large council member Robert White. And based off of what I'm seeing on social media from two of my favorites, by the way, and I'm not going to pit these two dudes together against each other. I'm sure they're competing. They both got a job to do, but they both just provide excellent coverage in terms of what is going on relative to the Commanders and their pursuit of a return to RFK 2.0. Mark Seagraves of NBC4 and then Eric Flack of WSA 9 absolutely crushing it when it comes to, giving us the skinny, making us figure out what it is and what it ain't when it comes to the Commanders and their pursuit of a return to RFK 2.0. I have maintained the same stance on this pretty much for the past year and a half, ever since we found out a return to RFK was actually on the docket. Now, I want the stadium to be in D.C. I'm with it. I don't really have a preference of where it was going to be, but I understand the potential, benefits for residents of the district to have this stadium here. Oh, that's fine and dandy. I just want a new stadium. And based off of, hearing some of the public questions and some of the, D.C. residents being able to voice their opinion, shouldn't be surprised by this, but it feels like a majority of folks are just fine with RFK 2.0 being a thing. Now, there is some blowback, obviously, right? This is anytime you're dealing with a high-stakes situation like building a sports and entertainment Taj Mahal, the way that Josh Harris and company are trying to do. Anytime that is on the docket, there are going to be people in favor of it. There are going to be people not in favor of it. But from what I've been able to gauge, reading social media, and then seeing some of the videos that have been put out, feels like a majority of D.C. residents are on board with it. A little bit later on in the show, this is from our guy Mark Seagraves of NBC4. He tweeted out a document that basically broke down the way some of the money was going to be divvied out here and what was going to cost what, and how the city was going to, benefit economically from this project happening. And I thought, and I'm trying to find it here real quickly. If you're watching on the stream, welcome. I got Captain Todd checking in. I got Roby Wan Kenobi checking in. Caesar Mayo checking in. Caesar Mayo calling me the GOAT. Chill out, Caesar. But no, this to me, talking about the Commanders and their pursuit of a return to RFK. So here it is. Here's the official wording. So I call it a document. It's more than a document. It's a letter from the Commanders to the D.C. City Council, and it details the commitments from the team on issues like environmental stewardship and the seat licenses, as well as the specifics on the $50 million community benefits, which is, supposed to be directed at Ward 7. So we'll go through that document a little bit later on in the program as we re-rack this topic. But right off the rip here, I think, like I've said from the outset of this, there were too many people in positions of power that wanted this to happen for it not to happen. All right, you pick up what I'm putting down here? Too many power players wanted this to go down. So guess what? It's now about to go down. And look, as a fan, all on board for it. Give me the new stadium. Give me the new stadium on time, but nonetheless, give me the new stadium. So I'm geeked up about it. It feels like, I believe that vote is set for Friday. Wow, we're in August already, man. Summer is just zooming on by. That a boy, Benny. Yeah, that means football. I can smell the freshly cut grass. I can hear the cleats cackling off the concrete. I can smell the Labor Day cookout food. I can't wait. You know what's even crazier? We've already put the dog days of the summer behind us. Last weekend, and I think we said this over the weekend, Ben, or during the week at some point. Last weekend was the final weekend without football. Hall of Fame game injected into my veins. Give me all of the nostalgia, all of the feels, all of the excitement. The Hall of Fame game normally broadcasted on Sunday Night Football, right? NBC4 will get Tirico and Collinsworth. I think that, well, not tomorrow, but on Sunday, rather. It is, I think we're going to get Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth on the call. And, yes. Feed me football. That's how I feel at this point. And I know it's just a Hall of Fame game. Chargers, Lions. Super geeked up to watch it, man, for a multitude of different reasons. I saw a funny tweet out there earlier from Mike Golick Jr. The Chargers announced that Trey Lance going to officially get the start on Sunday in the Hall of Fame game. Wait, I'm tripping. The Hall of Fame game's tomorrow. So you said that in my ear multiple times, and I just kind of omitted it because I'm all gas, no brakes right now, just super eager and geeked up. I literally am debating on whether or not I'm going to take my shirt off on the stream. I am that. If it's tomorrow, then holy hell. What, Bennett, thank you for getting in my ear, by the way. You did that multiple times, and I kind of I treated you like a fly. Zip. I smacked the fly. But no, the fly was trying to give me good information. So tomorrow, we will get to see Trey Lance and company in action. The other exciting part of this, do y'all remember Hendon Hooker? If you're a college football mark out there, you remember Hendon Hooker and what he accomplished with the Tennessee Volunteers. Former third-round pick back in 2023. I believe the reason Hendon fell in the draft was because he tore his ACL. He's a guy that was slinging it at Tennessee. So you get to see him versus Trey Lance tomorrow. Two guys that have a boatload of talent at the quarterback position, but just haven't been able to figure it out yet for one reason or another. But super geeked up just to watch football tomorrow. Probably is what we should do, but we're not. So we'll take a timeout. Bennett, you're working your tail off tonight, brother. Call us at 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. When we come back, we got a couple of calls on the line already. We'll run through those. Plus, I want to get into something right off the rip here. Through 6 training camp practices, there's one adjective that I'm going to use to describe the Commanders' offense. I'll tell you what that adjective is next here on The Fan.
Said I'd provide some updates to you when I had them, so I do have an update. Terry McLaurin has reported, and we're very happy about that. He'll start the training camp on PUP for his ankle. So on the business side, AP and the guys are still working hard with Terry and his rep on the business side of things. So while on PUP, just like we do with the other guys, he'll be working with the trainers, to get back as soon as he can. So same scenario like Sam Cosme onto the side.
That is Commanders head coach Dan Quinn addressing the media on Sunday, announcing the return of Terry McLaurin. Terry's a smart guy. Didn't want to sacrifice $50,000 per day, so he showed up to the facility this past Saturday, and now the hold-in has begun for the Commanders' star wide receiver. This is overtime here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always live and free on the Odyssey app. You're tapped into the youngest, and Charles Lynnell Willingham will take you up to 10 o'clock as we ease our way into this 7 o'clock hour. What did you on this? This Commanders offense, and if you're catching me for the second time here this afternoon, we're going to spin this a little bit of a different way now, but off the rip, we'll set it up the exact same way. I have been a little underwhelmed. I'm a little underwhelmed from what I've seen. I'm a little underwhelmed with what I've seen. And the reason I'm chuckling is because I think we're getting ready to be briefly joined by Super Bowl winning tight end, DC media legend, Rick Doc Walker, because I like to bring the professionals in to ask about training camp. Now, do we have him ready? And look, you can leave the invoice with Bennett. I know, getting you after hours, I know it's almost past your bedtime. I get it. But we appreciate you making some time for us, brother. We do.
Well, Mr. Willingham.
Yeah.
And it's good to be on the show. I have a great deal of respect for overtime.
Well, thank you, brother.
And but since you swallowed up all the shifts, nobody else gets to work it anymore. I don't know.
Jeez.
Well, blackmailed. I don't know what you did, but I ain't mad at you.
Hey, look. So I want to bring you on for this reason, though. In all seriousness. So I have, and look, you're going to say, well, of course, that's what you do. You overreact to everything, don't you? I have made an observation, Doc, after 6 training camp practices for the Washington Commanders, and the observation I made is that this offense, minus Terry McLaurin, looks a little clunky, right? There have been some flash plays here and there, but the overall consistency from the offense for the first 6 practices just hasn't been there. Dating back to your day and your playing days, traditionally, how long does it take the offense to get things in full swing?
Well, first of all, I know you're doing a bit.
I'm being so serious.
They've only had 2 practices.
2? They've had 6
by
practices.
standard. No, they've had 6 by your standard.
Oh, so you're saying
because
anything...
you count. See, I cover tackle football.
Uh-huh.
I don't do flag.
Yeah.
I don't do touch. Not that they're good. I'm not mad at it. I can't wait for the Olympics to come up. I love seeing, flag football.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome. But I cover tackle football.
Okay.
And so to me, a practice, it doesn't qualify as a practice unless it's in full pads and there's some level of contact. Other than that, it's an exercise. And then an exercise is scripted. And by it being scripted, because you have really misinformed, and the public, how would they not? They don't know any difference. And you've totally misinformed the public on this, and you've turned it into your own video game. It's your version of Madden. And you ain't by yourself. You got some other co-conspirators, and they're all under 30. And you've turned this thing into Madden.
Co-conspirators?
Yeah, you've turned it into Madden. And so you do this play-by. There's no freaking such thing as a play-by-play as shorts, and like B-Mitt said, lingerie. And the quarterback knows he's not going to be hit. And the receivers know they're not going to be decapitated. So it is an exercise, not a practice, in my opinion.
So you're saying that there's nothing you can take away? There are no evaluations that I can make here?
No, you can do whatever the hell you want to do. That's what you do. You bully your way on the scene. Then you go out there and you knock down the walls and do what you got to do. And for those lunatics that actually listen to you, I'm not mad at them. That's why WWE is so popular. Hell, I follow you. So I'm just saying, but I do it for entertainment. I wouldn't repeat anything you say around people of note talking about football. But
Hold on.
very
So what are you trying to say? Are
you turn it into a video game or a game of Madden?
No,
which is so disrespectful.
All I do,
I hear you every day,
is just give my unfiltered opinion,
right.
my astute analysis,
right.
and now I'm being compared to a video game. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's my opinion. You don't have to take my
No,
opinion.
it's okay.
I'm just saying because when you've seen me, you saw me. When did you see me?
First day of pads. Who was there?
Pads room.
Who was there? Bright and early.
Damn right.
The DOC.
I don't miss pads, but because I love tackle football.
Yes, it's
and I don't follow flag or tag. Not that there's anything wrong with it, you know.
You see what I'm saying, Ben?
Why don't you just do a Madden game and do a simulation of it?
I heard you were put to the test on Madden yesterday about the 99 overall club. I actually want to give you some kudos for that. I heard you pass the test with flying colors.
Yeah, I cover the sport for a living. Yeah, I cover it for a living.
Did your kids play video games or no? When they were younger?
Yeah, I tried to, and I stopped them. I did it because I got hooked. I was to Tron.
Oh, okay.
So once I was an addict, and I'm playing 3 and 4 in the morning, and I'm playing against some guys that you know very well.
Yeah.
And we in season, and I said, "What are we doing?" And I thought I will never let my kids, but I did. I blackmailed them because there was a cord used to be detachable. They probably changed that because probably people's parents, the kids complained.
Yeah.
I could hook my kids' cord and they couldn't play. So I let them get hooked, and then I took the cord.
Yeah, look.
And then they do it. I could control
that is scratching and itching for. That is scratching and itching for.
Now you want to do it?
You'll put the game up. You'll put the game up. You'll put the game
up. Under your bed, you know what I mean? Toilet seat up. I did
the
all
whole
my
nine.
discipline.
It was a tight ship ran in the Doc Walker house. But I know.
But it's fun. I
sure.
love it. Games I ain't against none of it. Fantasy, all of the stuff is fun.
The YouTube chat saying hello, by the way, DOC. They said, "We love you, Doc." Our guy Hefe comes on and says, "Doc be going crazy."
Oh, Hefe's good people.
That's for 100%. I got Captain
people.
Todd in the chat
So
as well.
you make people watch you?
Well, we're trying to give it. We're trying to hit it on all angles, DOC.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
We have blown out the clock because I'm doing an awful job here to start the show. So we're going to take a quick time out.
No.
This is trust me, I got something for you as soon as you get in the car.
My agent.
Hold on. What's the bill? I thought it was you scratched my back. I scratched yours.
When did you scratch my back? You showed up late.
The last 2 days I have blessed your listening audience.
Late.
What you know what Drake said? It's better late than never, DOC.
I give you that. I got to go home.
I know you do. I'd have made a right out of 2 wrong so many times.
Go to break and do what you got to
break.
do because I'm going to announce to everybody what the latest competition is going to come up. I know to do that.
More overtime next here on The Fan.
A word comes into your mind or a thought, and that's what comes to mind with me. That's one of those traits. There's good, and then there's excellent at something, and that's what I think of with Terry.
Commanders head coach Dan Quinn on Sunday voicing his excitement for Terry McLaurin being back in the building. The commander tag that Adam Peters and company have been referring to, according to Dan Quinn, Terry McLaurin fits that bill. The question is, does he fit it so much so that they pay him $30 million annually? That's what his camp is reportedly looking for. Will he ultimately get that? Now, that is the question. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. It is a loaded Wednesday night edition of Overtime. We'll take you up to 10 o'clock. I want to talk Terry McLaurin here some more, but I want to look at it from a different lens here. Talked a lot earlier about, well, can they make the postseason if they end up having to move on from Terry McLaurin? And I've told you all, I've been very honest about this. To me, this is not a playoff team minus Terry McLaurin. And I'll frame it this way. Can they make the playoffs minus Terry McLaurin? Yeah. I can hit the lottery if I buy enough good tickets. I can, marry Beyonce if I get her to leave Jay-Z. They can make the playoffs if they have to trade Terry McLaurin. Will they make the playoffs if they have to trade Terry McLaurin? Totally different answer. I think the answer to that is no. And as we sit here on July the 30th, 9 days out from the preseason opener, these two sides aren't any closer to striking a deal. So now the natural thing to do is to start sniffing around and figuring out, okay, well, what's really going on, right? We've heard from prominent NFL reporter after prominent NFL reporter. We've heard our local guys give the spin. But what's really going on behind the walls in Ashburn when Buddy Baker and the front office of this Commanders football team are negotiating? I'd pay to be a fly on the wall. I swear I would. But I want to look at it through this lens because since getting here to the nation's capital, and I remember when he was hired last winter, when this football team hired Adam Peters last winter, it marked the first time in my 27 years of existence that we actually had a competent football evaluator. This isn't former agent Vinny Serrato. This isn't happy-go-lucky Scott McLuhan. This doesn't know his head from his ass Bruce Allen. This is a real competent executive that has had a litany of success everywhere he's been. Everywhere he's been. He is the co-architect of the San Francisco 49ers, who for the better part of the past 6 years have dominated the NFC. It has been San Francisco. It has been Philadelphia. It has been Green Bay. So when you bring in a guy like that, there is a honeymoon phase that follows. And he earned it, drafting Jaden Daniels, bringing in Frankie Louvu, Tyler Biotish, Bobby Wagner. Every move they made in year number one, honestly, and I'm not being hyperbolic when I say this, every move they made in year one hit. So, of course, after winning 12 games, after having the quarterback win Offensive Rookie of the Year, get MVP votes, now it's about, well, how do you capitalize off of it? And they went out and they traded for Laramie Tunsil. And they traded for Deebo Samuel, right? And they drafted Josh Connolly in the first round. So, they've done everything right to this point, except for one small thing. See, it's like, I'll compare it to building a house, right? When you build a house, I'm sure you want to lay the foundation first. You want to get your tiles put up. You don't build a house and start with a playroom, right? Washington bringing in Laramie Tunsil, Deebo Samuel, and the other moves they made this offseason, to me, it means nothing if 17 can't get under contract. It's almost like it would be all for nothing. And I want to read a couple tweets here. You can keep the conversation going with me on at NELL_BTP is how you keep it going with me on social media. So I want to read a couple tweets here. My guy Sam Cofer tweets and says, Doc Walker says you swallowed up all the shifts. We need more Doc on the show. We do need more Doc on the show. I totally agree. Our guy Luke tweets at me and says, I love Nell, but this is a bad take. First off, Jalen Lane would be the guy to take the top off of defenders, off of defenses, and I think AP is prepared for that outcome, which is why they're taking their time with this Terry McLaurin contract negotiation. If that's what lets you all sleep at night, believe it. Fine. There's no way in hell. And see, this is the thing. I've been out there each and every day. Jalen Lane, before Sunday's practice, when he had the catch in the back of the end zone that wasn't actually a catch, before Sunday's practice, I hadn't heard a peep out of Jalen Lane. I hadn't heard a peep. So, well, yeah, I did. I reported on the second day of camp. Mikey Sainristil still gave Jalen Lane his welcome to the National Football League moment. They threw a screen to KJ Osborne, and they had Mikey Sainristil still, or excuse me, Jalen Lane trying to block Mikey Sainristil still, and he blew his ass up. So we're at a point right now with Jalen Lane. I'm in wait-and-see mode. Can't wait to see him in the joint practices. Can't wait to see him in the preseason game. Because 4.3 is 4.3. He runs like he was shot out of a cannon. We've seen the speed be put on full display a couple of different times during camp. We have. But my question for Jalen Lane is this: play strength. When it comes to the wide receiver position, play strength, especially in this offense, is paramount. What does Bobby Ingram say? No block, no rock. If Jalen Lane can compete as a blocker in the run game and in the screen game, he'll earn snaps. Because I feel like he can do everything else. The one other question mark I have with him is this: when you're an undersized slot wide receiver, the biggest question mark folks are going to have in terms of your transition to the National Football League is, can you get off press coverage? Do you have enough tools in your toolbox to get off press coverage and be able to win in one-on-one situations? Because that's what's going to be needed out of these other guys in the receiver room. That's what's going to be needed. But the bottom line is this: this offense functions at a totally different rate with Terry McLaurin on the field and without Terry McLaurin on the field. But I want to go back to Adam Peters in the front office here for a second. Because like I said, they have knocked every move, every transaction out of the park to this point. They have. He is batting .900 pretty much. 6 for 6, however you want to call it. You get the analogy I'm trying to make here. The first black eye, so to speak, the first dark cloud over Adam Peters and company, to me, is the idea that it makes sense to slow play this Terry McLaurin negotiation. And look, what was the number one thing I was saying during the pre-draft process the last 2 years? Number one thing I kept saying: we're at the mercy of the evaluator. Whatever that handsome blue-eyed devil wants to do, I'm on board for it. But here's the thing that we don't always take into consideration. This is his first time being the head man. This is his first high-profile negotiation here in our nation's capital. And from the looks of it, seems like he may be in over his skis. There's just no way. And we'll read a couple of excerpts from this piece that Tony Pauline wrote, longtime NFL insider, spoke to several different executives across the National Football League and asked them how did they feel like the Terry McLaurin saga was going to play out. We'll read you some of the responses from those executives in a moment. But, to me, I just don't know how smart it is if you're Adam Peters and company to play hardball with this guy. And the thing that continues to baffle me is the reports coming out of, what Terry's camp is asking for, what Washington's offering. The bottom line is this: if they do not give Terry McLaurin a contract extension that the annual average salary starts with a 3, it's disrespectful. It's off base. And to me, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I get the way San Francisco has done business in years past.
I hate to interrupt this, but I've got somewhere I've got to go.
He's back.
And I've heard you say this 10 times.
Yeah.
And this would be great. What do you expect the GM to do in his first full-fledged run of being king of the hill? Do you expect him to get beaten by an agent who's trying to climb the ladder by a player that's 30 and already shown some weakness when he went out on the commercial?
Well, yeah,
and
this
made
is the
a
thing
plea to the public. You don't do that. Terry doesn't have to apologize to anybody for anything. He should have his people contact the Colts, contact whatever, and put pressure.
Yeah,
where pressure deserves it. It's called a negotiation, but you have turned it into a drama.
Well, that's what it is to this
no
point.
Drama.
It
is
is
no drama.
When Terry
what
McLaurin
it is a window that Terry is willing to risk that the talent they brought in, he didn't have to worry about. That's a risk.
It is.
Everybody's replaceable in this business, even JD5, if it were to happen. Because the only undefeated team ever is the Miami Dolphins. And they did half of it with Earl Morrall. So now that we know that everybody can be replaced, leverage, he's under contract. I can't believe you gave away that money.
Well, for no reason.
The dumbest thing I've ever seen is to give up $50,000 for what? Should have been there day one with a bad, the ankle. As soon as he signs, he'll be running. He'll be out jumping Michael Jordan.
I'm about to say, you don't want to make the ankle feel better. An 8-figure check will make the ankle feel a lot better.
He's fine. I don't blame him what he's doing.
This is what you're supposed to do. It's semantics. Happens all across the league.
You have got to be able to win with the people you have in your building.
Yeah.
If one of these young kids at receiver now has an opportunity of a lifetime, we'll find out what they're made of. It doesn't matter. Terry doesn't have to prove anything to anybody. He's already put his work out there. And eventually, his quarterback is going to get involved if it gets touchy.
Well, we saw what happened in Cincinnati with Burrow getting involved in the T. Higgins negotiation and the Chase
Burrow
negotiation.
Has been to a Super Bowl.
Right.
So
he's got that type of clout.
JD do anything
that's
now.
my thing, Doc. And
we ain't even there yet.
Does he have that sort of clout and
If you didn't
cachet?
have this solo shift, you wouldn't be talking about this.
No, I'm serious.
This is not an issue to be talking about a guy, Pro Bowl talent, who's going to miss a game, but he's not going to play it anyway. He's not going to play in the first preseason game.
So
at all. You know it, and I know you know it.
Why would he?
This is.
But at what point do you begin to take McLaurin and his frustration seriously? Because I think right now people are calling his bluff.
If I'm the GM,
the GM's calling his bluff.
I'm building a team, and if he wants to be a part of it, then he'll meet our numbers. We'll work it out. If not, I move on.
I get it.
You're doing no.
But
if
this
you
is
didn't
my
have
thing.
a radio show,
But this is my.
you would not be talking about this in this type of detail.
But this is my thing. You talk about moving on. At this point, who needs who more? Does Washington need Terry McLaurin, or does Terry McLaurin need Washington? I happen to believe through the first 6 practices, Terry McLaurin has gained all the leverage that he needs. Because guess what?
But they've only had 2 real practices.
I'll give you that.
And granted, Terry's an all-star, and it would have been better with him. But anyway, nice bit. And your audience is very patient with you. They like you a lot. Don't chase them all away.
1-800-636-1067 is number. Bennett, hit his mic before you. Yeah, thank you. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We're going to take a quick time out. When we come back, a couple of things to chew on. Who needs who more? Does Terry McLaurin need the Washington Commanders? Or do the Washington Commanders need Terry McLaurin? We'll take your calls on that at 1-800-636-1067. Also, when we get back, as we sit here getting ready to enter year number 2 of one of the most quickest turnarounds in professional sports, who do you think's the most important piece of this Washington Commanders turnaround? I'll tell you who I think next is the Fan. Just getting rolling here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. You're tapped in to the youngest in charge, Lynnell Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock. JP Finley set to join the program coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll wrap up the show with our pal Mike Jones, senior NFL writer for The Athletic, going to join us to take a spin around the National Football League. So make sure you keep it locked. And keep the conversation going with me on social media. It is at NELL_BTP. I do want to get to Tony Pauline, who is actually set to join B. Mitch and Finley tomorrow right here on The Fan. So make sure you keep it locked for that. Tony Pauline, a longtime NFL reporter, has spoken to a bunch of different executives across the National Football League, asking them the question of, well, how do you see the Terry McLaurin saga playing out in the nation's capital? And we'll read you what some of those executives had to say a little bit later on in the show, but I'll just say this about where things currently stand with Washington and McLaurin. Honest to God, right hand to the Lord. I'm still genuinely surprised that this is dragged out like this. And I'm at a point right now, and I said this about a week and a half ago. It would it would not surprise me at all if after the New England Patriots preseason game, wouldn't surprise me if Terry McLaurin requested a trade. Now, the thing is this, just because McLaurin requests a trade doesn't mean Washington has to honor it. And in all actuality, I'm not sure they will. Because like I said earlier, they are motivated to win now. They want Terry McLaurin on their team now. And let's just be real. The conversation of what Washington's ceiling is and how far they could go shifts drastically. Shifts drastically if McLaurin's on the field or not. Point blank. And like I said earlier, the first 6 practices, and I know Doc is saying 2, there have been 6 practices. I get what he's saying, though. There haven't been a whole bunch of padded practices, but when you're looking at the skill guys on the perimeter, they don't need pads to see their impact. They don't. And through 6 practices, we have clearly seen that, hey, they need a little bit of help. But I want to ask you this at 1-800-636-1067. Who needs more? Who needs who more, rather, at this point? I said, who needs more? Who needs who more at this point? Does Terry McLaurin need the Commanders? Or do the Commanders need Terry McLaurin? I think we're at a point right now, after watching 6 practices, it is very clear and obvious. The Commanders need Terry McLaurin. Straight up, this football team's not the same without him on the field. Now, what I do wonder is this, right? If I'm Cliff Kingsbury, if I'm Adam Peters, I'm looking at, in some of these contests from last year in which Terry McLaurin wasn't involved early and often, it didn't have big numbers, our offense moved the football just fine. How much of that is playing into this negotiation? How much of last year's success without McLaurin is playing into this negotiation? You look at some of Washington's, best offensive performances. I mean, Terry was a big part of it, but he's not always, right? They scored 42 points in week 4 against the Arizona Cardinals. 42 points they scored. How many catches did Terry McLaurin have in that contest? How impactful was Scary Terry in that game? Oh, I'll tell you. It was 7 catches for 52 yards and a touchdown. It was okay. It was okay. Nothing to write home about, but it was okay. I bring you the Dallas Cowboys game. They scored 26 points. If you take away that fluke touchdown that Terry McLaurin had at the end of regulation against Dallas in week number 12, you remove that reception, which was like an 80-yard catch. You remove that, and it was through the majority of 4 quarters, 4 catches for 16 yards. And this is not me trying to minimize the value of Terry McLaurin. This is me trying to, peek into the minds of Adam Peters in this front office, because something's got to give here. I say if you're going to overpay anybody, overpay Terry. But at some point, we got to stop calling Adam Peters and company's bluff. They're straight up telling you we're not paying him. We're not. At what point does Terry McLaurin request a trade here? That's what I'm curious about. 1-800-636-1067. Question is this. Who needs who more at this point? Does Terry McLaurin need the Commanders, or the Commanders need Terry McLaurin? Jupe is out in West Virginia. Wants to chime in. What's going on, Jupe?
Hey, Lynnell. Hey, look, you know you my guy.
Uh-oh.
You know you my guy.
Anytime anyone leads with that, it's something. Anytime you lead with that, the smackdown is about to be laid. I feel belt to ass coming.
Hey, listen. We talked about BBL. I'm just saying. You talked about that catch against the Dallas Cowboys. You said it was a fluke. How? Timothy Daniels put it right in the spot, and Terry followed his blocks. So therefore, it wasn't a fluke.
You talking about the touchdown against Dallas? Jupe, the defensive back, the defensive back was somewhere on H Street at a local cannabis dispensary, chiefing it up. There's no damn way he showed that lack of situational awareness.
I'm not going to let you do that. Okay. I'm not going to let you do that.
Go ahead.
No, the Hail Mary, yes, that defensive back was on H Street hollering at some hookers.
Trying to figure something out.
I give you that on that one. But that one, no. Terry burnt them up. Yeah. So listen, I'm going to say this. I'm going to ask you this question.
Yeah.
Name one GM that's been 100 for 100 on his draft picks, on his trades, on his contract negotiations.
Howie Roseman.
Name one.
Howie Roseman up in Philadelphia doesn't miss. I'm just saying, I was being a smart ass when I answered that, Jupe. I get what you're saying. It's hard.
You get what I'm saying?
I totally get it.
You get what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be those 1 or 2, 3, 4, whatever, however long he's here, that it's going to be a bad move.
Yeah.
Terry's going to be one of them if he don't sign them. It doesn't matter. All these people want to talk about, we talked about it before, stats, all that good stuff. Like, it's too many intangibles that's not shown up on the stat sheet.
Yeah.
On I'm not even going to say film, because if you watch the film, if you know what you're watching, you're going to see how valuable Terry is. One guy said Quentin Mitchell on Terry is a lockdown. Do you really watch what's happening?
Well,
you see the help over top.
Yeah, I'll say this, Jupe, and I appreciate the calls always, brother. We're against the clock. A bunch of more calls waiting on the line. We'll get to you on the other side of the break. Bennett is going to strangle me if I don't go to break. So keep calling, 1-800-636-1067. When we come back, who needs whom more? Does Terry McLaurin need the Commanders, or do the Commanders need Terry McLaurin? Plus, as we sit here going into year number 2 of this rebuild, who do you think is the most important piece of this quick turnaround here in the nation's capital? That's next on The Fan. Still moving and grooving right along here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. You're tapped in to the youngest in charge, Lynnell Willingham. We'll take you up to 10 o'clock. A couple of guests going to stop by the program before we get out of here. Next hour, JP Finley going to grace us with his presence. You can hear him Monday through Friday, 10 to 2, right here on 106.7 The Fan with our guy Brian Mitchell. He's been boots on the ground out at Commanders training camp. We'll get his thoughts on where things stand with the Burgundy and Gold offensively. Right now, though, the question on the phones is this. Who needs who more? Very simple one for you. Who needs who more? Do the Commanders really need Terry McLaurin? But does Terry McLaurin really need the Washington Commanders? You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. Something else we'll continue to chew on as we roll throughout the rest of this hour. Who's the most important piece to this Commanders rebuild to this point? Who's made the most significant impact? And Jaden Daniels, as an answer, is not allowed. There's only one answer, I feel like. I'll give it to you as we ease our way into the 8 o'clock hour. Right now, though, going out to the phones. Who needs two more? Let's go to Tony out in Clinton. Wants to chime in. What's up, Tony?
Hey, what's good, man? So, look, let me preface this by saying this is not a slight to Terry. Terry is an absolute.
That means you about that means you about to disrespect the hell out of Terry. Go ahead.
No, he is an absolute dog. Man. He is everything that you want. He is the perfect archetype. He fears nothing. He fears nobody. He is the most fierce competitor on the field. We need 53 of him. So that being said, though, Terry needs us more than we need him. And here's why I say that.
Okay,
he's worshipped here. And he's not going to go anywhere else, and they chant his name before he even gets out on the field. He can go to any other stadium right now, and he's just going to be another player. He'll be a good player that they acquired, but they're not going to be chanting 17's name midway through the game or at the end of the game. Secondly, he's already shown that he is talented, but he's not so talented to supersede like mediocre quarterbacking. When he had mediocre to average quarterbacking, he was a 4 to 5 to 6 touchdown guy with decent stats, and people were questioning whether or not he was a number one receiver. He gets the quarterback, and now all of a sudden we have this conversation. So if he gets traded or goes to another situation and goes back in the quarterback limbo, his name is going to be back in that middle ground territory again, because that's what he's shown he could be with that type of situation. Take Tyreek Hill situation in Kansas City. Right? It was sacrilegious to let that dude go based on what he did for that offense. Nobody would have thought that was no way. But they thought they had the signal caller, and they thought they had a dude behind the center.
So
if you got those two dudes, if you think you got those two dudes, then people like Terry are expendable. If you got the signal caller, the head coach, and the quarterback, people think everything else around it is expendable.
But
that's just how it is.
Here's the difference, though, to me, and I totally agree with you, Tony. You always bring it, brother. You know that. My thing is this, though, Tony. That was in year 5 of Patrick Mahomes, right? Like, this is year number 2 of Jaden Daniels. Why would you not put your sophomore quarterback in the best position possible to succeed? Life is so much more difficult without
Terry. I think
Terry.
It's absolutely ridiculous that they're not re-signing him. But I think another thing that our fan base is thinking about is they want to reward Terry monetarily for being a professional and good behavior. Like Terry, people want to reward him for him tolerating nonsense for so long, not necessarily what he did on the field. Like this dude deserves it, and it's not because of numbers. They're saying it because of he dealt with so much trash for so long.
Cry me a river.
God takes reward the man.
Is what I'd say. Appreciate the call as always, Tony. We've got a lot of guys to get to. Phone line's full, so if you're getting the busy signal, keep trying us at 1-800-636-1067. Frank is in Great Falls. Wants to tap in. What's going on, Frank?
Hey. Yeah, Terry needs the team more because he's a football player and he only plays for one of 32 teams. And we got his rights to the contract. We can franchise him next year. Just do the math, and I'm not really a math guy, but
no, well, I'm not a math guy either, Frank.
Okay, good. So 25 this year. Say gets 35 if you franchise him next year. I don't know what the market is.
I think the tag next year is $29 million, if I'm not mistaken, but I got to double check that.
So if he's asking for 33, let's say, right, over the next 3 years, and 65 of it guaranteed, over the next 3 years, that's $100 million, 99 or whatever, to the team, 65 of it guaranteed. If we just keep franchising him, we end up about there. Now, I think he's got a potential to have a run he in his career that we would want him for those last 5. I agree that the team needs him to get over the hump to win, but there's all sorts of ifs in that. We might not, and it is.
I don't want to
hurt the team.
This is my thing, though, Frank. I don't want to find out. 1-800-636-1067. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, more of your calls. Who needs who more? Does Terry McLaurin need the Washington Commanders, or do the Washington Commanders need Terry McLaurin? We'll also chew on this as we get geared up for year number 2 of this rebuild. Outside of Jayden Daniels, who's a clear answer, who's been the most important piece of this Commanders rebuild? We'll chew on that next on The Fan. We'll also talk about this Commanders defense as we roll throughout the program. I mentioned this earlier this offseason. You go take a look at the quarterbacks the Commanders play from week 7 on. A very unimpressive group. It's overtime here on The Fan. You're tapped in to the youngest in Charles. Lynnell Willingham will take you up to 10 o'clock. Number to call is 1-800-636-1067. You tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. What we're chewing on right now is this. Terry McLaurin and the Commanders, really no end in sight when it comes to these two parties coming to terms on a long-term extension. I happen to believe that anything is on the table. Everything is on the table when it comes to Washington and McLaurin and how this ultimately plays out. Tony Pauline of Sportskeeda, longtime NFL insider, pretty plugged-in dude, talked to a bunch of different executives around the National Football League, and he asked them, well, how do you think this Terry McLaurin saga ultimately plays out? How do you see it playing out? What is the end of this thing? When is the end of this thing? How long does it drag out? The one thing that I continue to believe is that, one, before this thing gets resolved, Terry McLaurin will request a trade, point blank. Before this thing gets done, he's going to request a trade. The big thing that I keep wondering, and I know the answer, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. Washington has no incentive to trade Terry. So I know if he requests a trade, I don't know how eager they would be to honor the trade request, but then I think their handling of the trade request will reveal a lot. I don't think we can hear Adam Peters and Dan Quinn say everything that they want to the media. I'm not convinced that this relationship hasn't taken a little bit of a hit. Isn't in a rocky place right now. When Buddy Baker is giving back the info to Terry and the explanation to Terry from the org as to why they're not paying him, I wonder, how Terry's taking this. And the way that he spoke out at Eastern's Automotive Group, he wore it on his sleeve, man. You could hear the pain in his voice. I wonder if we've reached the point of no return with this. I wonder if they're still negotiating in good faith. Because bottom line is this, yeah, Terry's got a price that he wants to get paid. Yeah, the team has a price they want to get paid. But at some point, this becomes a distraction. And look, when you look at the track record of what AP did in San Francisco, dudes didn't get paid till Labor Day weekend at times. So am I screaming and sounding the alarm? No, but I am going to say this. It's a distraction. And the more I get to watch this team without Terry McLaurin, the more I realize they need Terry McLaurin. Athens is in Annapolis, wants to chime in. What's up, Double A?
The wide receiver core significantly, is not much, is awful, actually. I mean, maybe not awful, but they're a C-, D+ without him. So they definitely need him more. The problem is, though, they have the upper hand because he's under contract. And, the Sutton contract maybe didn't do him any favors, but Adam Peters has been around winners. He was in New England, he was in Denver, he was in San Francisco, and all I smell when I say that is championships and going deep into playoffs and everything else. So, hurt feelings and all that. Listen, Lynnell, there's scenarios that play this out like this every year. Look at Cincinnati this year. It'll be a couple other teams next year. It's never enough money to go around. But he's under contract, and he could have avoided losing $200,000, and then he just reports, well, by the way, I'm on the pup now with an ankle injury. So look at the message that sends. And the last thing I'll say is, you've been out of training camp a lot. I didn't see you taking any selfies or doing any videos with Miss Regina. Like, what's going on? I figured you'd be in her box, talking to her and, getting the down low on Jaden.
Well, look, Miss Regina, first of all, we got to give a congratulations to Miss Regina, now officially an NFLPA certified agent. So
awesome.
I do want to give her some kudos on that. Dude, I don't know if you've seen the picture surfacing on social media. Of course, she's going to get it first because she's Mama Daniel. She's the mother of the star quarterback. She was wearing the other day at practice. The last 2 days, she had a baseball jersey, a black Commanders baseball jersey that was fire. And then what we're all geeked up to see is that throwback white uniform. She had a number 5 jersey on of that the other day. I can't wait for it. I cannot wait.
Hey, listen, she had on the little short shorts too. But real quick, the best addition other than Jaden is this coaching staff, because they got some damn good coaches that are on the staff that used to be former head coaches and really good position players that are getting the most out of this team.
Totally agree. Appreciate you as always. Flute is in D.C. What's the chime in? What's going on?
What's up? Thanks for taking my call.
For sure.
First, let me answer the question. I think with the Commanders, we need Terry McLaurin right now, because that window of space, they're trying to be competitive. And this is the season getting real tough. This is the time we need him right now. I mean, one player doesn't make the team, but when you look at Terry McLaurin, the games that he's not really blowing off the stat sheet, he's still a decoy out there. He's still a threat. So you have to keep a safety covering him and a cornerback. And you have to, account for him at all times. So that might free up the other receivers. So it's not always about how many catches he's making, but when it's time for him to step up against the big teams, he's going to be like our Michael Irvin. We're going to need him, man. And it's just some players you just got to have, man, for that locker room presence, too. Like Irvin could get that sideline going. He can morale them young players and unify their team because he's been there. He's experienced the bad times, and players respect that. And this brother's out there giving it his all, and he's gone through from hell to whole, from hell on up. So he's there, and I think that's very important. And money, I hope that doesn't play a part where we won't end up with him because of a $2 million here or $1 million here, or whatever.
Now, Flute, you hitting it right on the head, brother. Because wouldn't that be a damn shame if he never hits the field? If he's not hitting the field over a couple $1 million. That's the thing. That's the thing that would frustrate me. Real quick, Flute, before we let you go, you want to answer the bonus question here. Who do you think is the most responsible for this turnaround outside of the quarterback?
To me, personally, I would say Frankie Lulu.
Okay.
He put on notice the rest of the NFL that we coming. And when he did that, kept jumping off sides at the end of the game, and they said, we're just going to give him the touchdown because Frankie Lulu keep breaking the rules. That kind of sent a message.
I'm telling you. Tone setter, baby. I appreciate the call as always. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, the 8 o'clock hour is upon us. A lot more to get to. We'll hear from our pal, JP Finley, coming up in this hour. Plus, I'll answer the question that I just asked you at 1-800-636-1067. I've already answered the question of, well, who needs who more? Does Washington need McLaurin or does McLaurin need Washington? We'll also answer this. Who's the most important piece of this Washington Commanders rebuild outside of the quarterback, Jayden Daniels? We'll answer that next. This is The Fan. 2 minutes past 8 o'clock here in our nation's capital. You're tapped in to the youngest in charge, Lynnell Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock. A lot more to get to. If you want to keep the conversation going with me on social media, pay very close attention. It is at NELL_BTP. It's a Wednesday night edition of Overtime. Coming up in about 28 minutes, JP Finley going to join the program. We'll get his thoughts on where things currently stand with the Washington Commanders as we're about 6 practices into training camp. We're about 9 days away from the preseason opener against the Patriots. 1 week from now, the Commanders will be out in Foxborough participating in a joint practice with the New England Patriots. I think it's exactly what the doctor ordered. I think it's going to make them better. I'm a huge fan of Mike Vrabel. And I think the Patriots are going to surprise a lot of folks and could flirt with a postseason spot in the AFC this time around. I really do feel that way. A lot more to get to, though. Want to continue to take your calls at 1-800-636-1067. Who needs who more? Does Terry McLaurin need the Commanders, or do the Commanders need Terry McLaurin? And then the bonus part of this question is this. We're about a month, 6 weeks away from the regular season opener of year 2 of this rebuild of the Washington Commanders. And this franchise and the way that it was turned around in the last calendar year is awesome. Question I got for you all is this. Who's the most important piece of this Commanders turnaround? Not named Jaden Daniels. 1-800-636-1067. I got Tyler out in Richmond. Tyler, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on now? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Living life.
All right, so biggest part of the rebuild, Dan Quinn, because
you all, Tyler, you're a smart cookie, brother. That was my answer. I gave it away here.
this franchise needed a leader with a no-nonsense attitude. Part 2, the Commanders need Terry McLaurin more because as McLaurin is looking at it like there are 32 teams in the league. There's someone out there willing to pay me if you're not. So at some point, if we really want him here, we're going to have to step up and pay him.
I totally agree. Look, Tyler, I just hope it's sooner rather than later. What does your gut tell you right now, just from pure vibes and speculation? Do you think this thing gets resolved by the end of the preseason?
I do, because look at Myles Garrett. He requested a trade. He's still in Cleveland. Look at TJ Watt. He requested a trade. He signed an extension in Pittsburgh. So something will get done.
Yeah, for sure. Tyler, I appreciate you as always, man. Have a good night, brother. 1-800-636-1067. Tyler hit it right on the head. There are a bunch of other teams. I don't want to say a bunch, but I know there are damn sure teams out there that 100% feel like, you know what? Yeah, we'll pay Terry McLaurin. I'm sure of it. The Patriots are a team that I know would be willing to pay Terry McLaurin. You look down in Nashville with the Titans, their rookie quarterback, Cam Ward, who we'll hear from a little bit later on in the show. Like, they need a wide receiver threat down there. Hell, well, I was going to say the Browns. We know the Browns are cheap as hell. So to suggest and assume that they would pay anybody is sports radio malpractice, and I'll be better for that. But you get the point. Like, I think Terry McLaurin would for damn sure have plenty of suitors. The big question is, to me, what type of compensation are you getting back from McLaurin? And there was a piece put out today by ESPN. I believe it was spearheaded by Bill Barnwell, and they were talking about, you know, every team and their most valuable trade assets. According to Bill Barnwell of ESPN, he doesn't think the Commanders can net a first-round pick in return for Terry McLaurin. So that's why, to me, while I think it's a possibility, I don't know how likely it is that he gets traded. Like I continue to say, the Commanders aren't motivated to move him. They're trying to win now. But at some point, you wonder if this becomes too much of a distraction for the organization, and do they ultimately cave? 1-800-636-1067. Who needs who more? Does Terry need the Commanders more, or do the Commanders need Terry McLaurin? And then, 2, entering year number 2 of this rebuild, outside of Jayden Daniels, who do you think is the most important piece of this Commanders turnaround? CJ is in D.C. Wants to tap in. What's going on, CJ? CJ, you there, brother? CJ, I hope you're not asleep at the wheel, my friend. Kidding, obviously. I hope you ain't drunk either. Paul is in D.C. Wants to chime in. What's up, Paul?
What's up, man?
What's going on, Paul?
What's going on, man? I think they mutually exclusive. I think they need each other. First of all, Terry needs the Commanders because he's under contract. I don't know where we get in the world where we feel like we sign contract and then we're supposed to renegotiate a year or two earlier than when we finish the daggone contract. So that's number one, because they could franchise him, and that's just the rules. He knew the rules when he signed his second contract. If he wanted to stay or if he wanted to be a free agent earlier, he should have signed a shorter contract. But the Commanders need him as well because here's the deal. Mm-hmm. The Lakers paid Kobe Bryant $50 million for the last 2 years of his tenure there. And like Jenny Butt said, I'm paying him for what he already did for the organization. And that gave her great cachet, and it really led to the signing of LeBron James. Great organizations take care of their own, and it doesn't matter how much it costs. And so if the Commanders are changing the culture, change the daggone attitude about your players. And you went out there and you pay all these other players that was not part of the team daggone and pay Terry because he was with you in the lean years and he was with you when you suck. So now that you're good and you got a quarterback, guess what? You would do a great service by wrapping him up. You should have wrapped him up earlier than now instead of playing hardball trying to make your name on him. You should have made your name on somebody else, not him. Yeah. You should have signed him before you signed anybody else in the field.
So Paul, let me ask you this real quick, not to cut you off, brother. You
and let me just say, let me just say, Bobby Wagner. I was going to say Dan Quinn, but since somebody already said him, I'm going to say Bobby Wagner and Dan Quinn are like 1A, 1B for me. Sure. The next person. Yeah.
Paul, I'll ask you this before we let you go, brother, because I think you made a good point. You're talking about wanting to build that reputation of paying your own guys. Do you wonder? And we'll chew on this after we let you go too. Are they trying to not set a precedent? Because think about who's coming up for a deal. Debo's due for a deal. Marshawn's due for a deal. Tunsil's due for a deal. Luvu's going to be due for a deal. Like going in the next year, Frankie Louvu will have 1 year left on the deal. What if he chooses to hold out? Right? What if Tunsil chooses to hold out? Do you think they're worried about setting a precedent?
But here's the difference. Terry been here since day one.
Bingo.
Those guys are free agents.
I hear
so that's when, listen.
But even with Luvu, Paul, who's now a very integral part of your culture, he's the heart and soul of your defense.
I'm not saying, but here's the point. As a GM, right, you got to pick and choose when you're going to make your point. You sign Luvu because he's the heart of your defense. You sign Terry because he's the heartbeat of your offense besides Jayden, right? Now, when you get to Larry Tussman, hey, dude, man, you done had a couple of injuries.
Got to figure it out.
Really, you know what I'm saying?
You don't show up. I dig it. But I think they'll pay Tunsil because Tunsil going to ball.
Smart GMs, listen, Mitch Kopchak, Jerry West, smart GMs know how to negotiate and who to negotiate with. You know what they did for Shaq when Jerry West went to go get Shaq? He gave him a piece of paper and said, put your number down.
That's old school, Paul.
That's why he's in the Hall of Fame as a player and a GM.
Exactly. Paul, we appreciate you as always. When we're up against the clock, got a bunch of more calls to get to. All right, Captain Todd, supporting strong in the chat. We'll bring him on air here. Captain, what's going on, brother?
What's up, buddy? Hey, first off, I got to shout out my guy from the YouTube chat. I hope he's still listening. And to say, Jupe.
I've heard from Jupe a couple of times today, man. Me and Jupe's supposed to get a Madden game in here soon.
Oh, do it, man. Jupe is a warrior in the chat, man. He's one of my favorites, man.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think, though?
But I gotta say, you know who needs Terry McLaurin? Debo Samuel.
Ooh.
You think we traded for Debo to replace Terry? We traded for him to complement Terry. Cliff Kingsbury needs Terry. Jalen Lane needs Terry. Trey Amos needs Terry. Washington, D.C. needs Terry. We need Terry. He's worth more here than he is anywhere else. He can go catch YOLO balls from Daniel Jones and Indy if he wants to. But we need him here.
Yeah.
He is worth way more here, and we need him more than anyone else. He doesn't need us. He can go wherever he wants, and I hope he wants to be here.
I hope he wants to be here as well, Captain. We appreciate you calling. As always, man, enjoy the rest of your night. 1-800-636-1067. Honestly, do y'all hear the agony and the stress in my voice when I talk about this? because this is the thing, and I'm going to be selfish, make it about me for a second. As a 27-year-old fan, and Bennett, you can speak to this too, our team has been garbage our entire life. The first time we have any microcosm of success, the following offseason, there's now drama about the star wide receiver. I said it earlier this morning or earlier this afternoon on the Team 980. I don't think they can make the playoffs without Terry McLaurin. So if you're really focused on following up what you did last year and building off of that positive momentum and positive energy, get the deal done. Get it done.
You know what's nice about this, though?
What's that?
Like, as a fan, this is what good teams go through.
Bingo.
This is not what bad teams go through.
Right.
Like, I remember in the 2020 COVID year, Commanders make the playoffs at 7-9.
Yuck.
I think.
Yuck.
And, you know, there's no expectations going in the offseason. You still have that.
But Ryan
former
Fitzpatrick,
regime.
though.
Oh, yeah.
Curtis Samuel, though. Yeah, I pick up what you're putting down.
But again, like, this is what good teams have to maneuver. I think it's safe to say that the Commanders are now looked at as one of the better teams in the league. And this is just what the new regime, whether it's the front office and ownership, are just going to have to go through and maneuver around now.
Got to figure it out. You hit it right on the head, Bennett. These are, you know, they say more money, more problems. More wins, more problems. This is what happens when you're a good team. If you stunk, there wouldn't be this outcry to re-sign Terry McLaurin because folks would get it. You're trying to win now. There are expectations here for the first time in a long time. How they react and respond to those expectations going to be key. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. Two-parter for you here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. Who needs more? I said, who needs more? Who needs who more? That's a tongue twister, first and foremost. Who needs who more? Right? Do the Commanders need Terry McLaurin? Or does Terry McLaurin need the Commanders? The second part of the question is this. We're getting ready to enter year number 2 of this rebuild, fresh off of a 12-win season, punching your ticket to the conference championship game. All the success that we had last year and all the positive momentum that we have now, who's most responsible for that outside of the quarterback, Jayden Daniels? Take your calls on that next. This is The Fan.
Said I'd provide some updates to you when I had them, so I do have an update. Terry McLaurin has reported, and we're very happy about that. He'll start the training camp on PUP for his ankle. So on the business side, AP and the guys are still working hard with Terry and his rep on the business side of things. So while on PUP, just like we do with the other guys, he'll be working with the trainers, to get back as soon as he can. So same scenario like Sam Cosme onto the side.
The head coach of the Washington Commanders, Dan Quinn, addressing the media on Sunday as Terry McLaurin officially ended his holdout. We're now 3 days into his hold in, and it feels like there's no end in sight. According to Adam Schefter of ESPN, McLaurin and his camp looking for a deal that is significantly more than the $30 million or the $33 million AAV that DK Metcalf received from the Steelers earlier this offseason. The question is this at 1-800-636-1067. This has been exhausting because there's so many different ways to look at this Terry McLaurin negotiation with the team. There's so many different people that you can point fingers at when it comes to this situation. But all in all, I think all of us, Terry, the organization, the fans, media, we just want them to come to a common ground and get his ass there. Get him on the practice field. Said it earlier, I'll repeat it again. It's no slight or disrespect to anybody in that wide receiver room not named Terry McLaurin. Man, this offense needs him. They're starving without Terry McLaurin right now. They are. Point blank, period. They're starving without Terry. The question is this, though. Who needs who more? Does Terry McLaurin need the Washington Commanders? Or do the Washington Commanders need Terry McLaurin? Plus, two-parter here for you. As we get geared up for year number 2, fresh off of an NFC Championship berth, who's the most important piece of this Commanders turnaround not named Jayden Daniels? 1-800-636-1067. I got Taj Wilson tweets at me and says, are fans really comparing Terry to Shaq and Kobe? Wow, the Terry cult is real. I ain't gonna lie, Taj. You're my good man. And I low-key agree with what you're saying. I think I get the point Paul was trying to make. You got to take care of your players. Terry ain't no damn Shaq. All right, like Shaq's impact on the Lakers, Kobe's impact on the Lakers. Terry's been great here, but he has not left that sort of impact yet to this point. So I don't know if that behavior and those actions from the front office, I don't know if they're warranted. Tom is in Columbia. Wants to chime in. What's going on, Tom?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Hey,
For
just right off the top, appreciate the boots on the ground reports you've been doing. We haven't had that maybe 20-some years. We had a football mind out there. I've been catching some of that social media stuff. Good stuff. Let me get to the point. I think 17 needs Redskins more than the other way around. And the reason why I say that is there's a couple reasons. One, I believe that this regime knows that they have, and when I say elite, I'm talking about outside of the Bills quarterback. I don't know who I would take or even be competitively take over Jayden Daniels. So I think they got gold in their hands, and they know that. And I think the league knows, for example, the league would want to play with Jayden Daniels. So I think that they have that leverage on their side, but I think they follow that maxim where they know if they can run the ball effectively, and
you're hitting it right on the head, Tom.
And the defense can stop the run. What that does is these offensive coordinators go nuts. And when you take somebody like Jayden Daniels, I think they believe in their system more than number 17. That's the overriding point. Now, I will say this as a fan.
Yep.
Of course, I know what McLaurin's been through, the good days, bad days. But this regime, they're like those actuarials that life insurance companies handle. They look at this with a cold precision.
It's cutthroat, man.
Cutthroat. They look at cold precision. They don't look at it with Kleenex. That one caller was hitting all these points, and all of a sudden he went all Kleenex on us with McLaurin and all this other stuff. Man, honestly, this group looks at it with the precision of an actuarial, and that's the way they go about it. And I think he'll sign by the end of the camp. But on that other question concerning impact, this may not be the most popular, but there's something about this guy Joe Witt. And
I like that.
The thing I like about him is he's not flashy. He's a bit of a throwback to those old days coaches. Maybe he got that from his dad. Yet at the same time, it seems like he has the ability to relate with the younger, the older, and meld them together. Yeah. But he's not going to burn out. A lot of these, like, my only concern deep down inside about Dan Quinn is sometimes these rah-rah coaches, they burn out. Mm. And I think that this guy Witt, he's got a little bit of that Bill Belichick and a little bit of that kind of like standoffish FU mentality a little bit.
I totally agree.
Yet at the same time, he's a football guy in and out.
Right.
And I think at this point in time he's well placed. I think that behind the scenes, I think he resonates. But again, getting back to that original point I had, I really do appreciate these reports because we haven't had anybody boots on the ground in a long time.
For sure.
I think everybody's comfy in these studios these days, and getting second. And I've always said this, probably the last 20 years, is for whatever reason we get all our Redskins national news from these people that aren't even part of our community. And I think that when I saw you doing this report the other day, it was weather was dogging everybody, and you're staying out there on the sides, giving flat out reporting, and I love it. So
I appreciate you as always, Tom. 1-800-636-1067. So Tom brought up an interesting point about the Commanders, and do they feel like the system is bigger than Terry McLaurin? I think there's a legitimate argument to be made. I would pay to be a fly on the wall in a behind-the-scenes convo between Cliff Kingsbury and Adam Peters and Dan Quinn. Because I think Cliff and DQ they're like, hell yeah, we want him here. But if you're AP, do you look at some of those games last year where McLaurin wasn't as involved, but the offense still, flat out balled, and do you go, okay, well maybe this is why this is going this way? To play devil's advocate here, right? I say it all the time. The people at Subway, they who make your sandwiches, they describe them. Their name is they're sandwich artists. I guess how you describe them. As a solo radio host, I'm a solo radio artist, and it's my job to give you both sides of the coin here. To the point that, well, they don't need Terry to function offensively because they've got Jayden Daniels at quarterback. You take Terry McLaurin off of this offense. You take him out of this offensive skill group. Who in the hell do defensive coordinators have to game plan for on the perimeter? What that allows you to do is go man-to-man coverage across the board, sit on the underneath routes, and make them be able to push the ball down the field vertically. Someone else called in and said Deebo Samuel going to be impacted by this tremendously. I totally agree. When you think about this offense, when you think about air raid principles, this is not a traditional air raid that they're running. They're running a West Coast air raid, in my opinion, because they're taking their deep shots like you would in an air raid offense, but there's a lot of horizontal work that is done underneath. Terry McLaurin has to be there, or Deebo Samuel's life becomes harder. Jalen Lane, his life becomes harder. Austin Eckler, those guys need the space to work underneath. How do they get that? By having a legitimate vertical threat that can stress defenses down the field. My main man, what's going on, Coach? How you doing, brother? Coach Turner out in Hollywood wants to chime in. What's going on, Coach?
Hey, how's it going, man? Thank you for taking my call.
For sure, man. For sure. I hope all is well with you, man. I see your baby boy out there making some noise, trying to get him geared up for this year.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready. But let me go to the questions at hand.
Okay.
Number one, the most important part of the Washington Commanders, besides the quarterback, is that owner and the coaching staff.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm saying that, let's say DQ leaves. He gets a great offer and he's going. We got coaches in waiting. We got head coaches waiting. So that to me is cool. But who needs more? Who needs who more? The Commanders need Terry right now because it's late in this trade thing. You're not going to pick up another number one receiver.
Right.
And Terry has proven himself as a number one receiver. He still, I think, will be better because he has a Deebo, but Deebo will definitely be better because he has a Terry.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the two help each other out hand in hand. And the one thing I keep going back to, Coach, where's the deep threat on this offense without Terry McLaurin being here? And people keep saying Jalen Lane, the rookie out of Virginia Tech, wide receiver in terms of transitioning from college to the NFL, ain't easy, especially when you're a slight of frame guy like Lane, who needs to get his play strength up. If he can't block in the screen game and can't compete on the perimeter blocking as a wideout, it's going to be hard for him to get on the field, man. We appreciate your call as always, Coach. 1-800-636-1067. Let's go to Kendall out in Temple Hills who wants to chime in. What's going on, Kendall?
Hey, what's up, Lynnell?
How you doing, brother?
So I'm good, bro. The Commanders need Terry more. Terry does need the Commanders, and I'll explain why in a minute. But it's all what you just said. You don't get better by losing talent. So they absolutely need him, especially if their goal is to go farther with this rookie deal that Daniels on. They cannot afford to lose him. But he's also 30 years old. So it's not like he could just say, shoot, I'll just play out this contract and come back next year, because the fact of the matter is his numbers are probably not going to be as good as they were last year because you got more talent.
Right.
You got Debo. You got to spread the ball around more. So he's not going to be able to make a better case next year, older, with stats that aren't matching up to this year. I just think they need to meet in the middle. Now I called in a couple weeks ago when it came up, and I've changed my tune a bit because
that's okay.
Now it seems as though Terry's really trying to. I mean, it's an ego thing a little bit with Terry. So Terry's wanting more. There's no reason for him to think that he should have more than DK Metcalf, because the stats are just about spot on identical. And DK is younger and more physical. So I mean, I think, but also I think that the Commanders need to be willing to just come a little bit over 30. But they can't afford to pay him, because that's just a bad precedent. If they overpay him, that's a bad precedent. So I understand what they're doing. I think Terry really has a drop-dead date where he's going to take 30, or maybe they'll 31 him. I think, towards the end of the preseason, you'll see him sign for 30 to 31, I believe. Now, as far as who's the next, I guess the most impactful player outside of Jaden or whatever the question was.
It could be a player, it could be an exec, it could be a coach, however you want to do it.
I wouldn't make it a player, because I just don't see anyone as impactful. Not as impactful, but whose game is going to impact to where the one person is going to impact. It's Jaden and then it's everybody else. So I would say the D-line needs to they really need to step up this year. If we get the type of play that they hope that they can get out of this D-line, now I think we really in line to advance from where we did last year. So
that's the hope.
That's where I'm at with it this week.
We appreciate you as always, brother. 1-800-636-1067. When we come back, more of your calls next here on The Fan. Phone line still loaded at 1-800-636-1067. You tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. A lot more to get to. JP Finley going to join us coming up here momentarily before we get out of this 8 o'clock hour. To wrap up the show, we'll take a big picture look at the National Football League with our guy Mike Jones, senior NFL writer for The Athletic. We'll look at some of the top training camp storylines around the National Football League with our guy Mike Jones in the 9 o'clock hour. Right now, though, continuing to take your calls at 1-800-636-1067. Terry McLaurin and the Commanders still very, very far apart on coming to terms on a long-term extension. I'm going to give you another percentage here. This has been my favorite bit to do. I'll give it a 65% chance that the deal gets done and it's water under the bridge and everything's peaches and roses. To me, there's that 35% chance, though, that things could get ugly. Whether it's a trade request, whether it's an extended holdout into the regular season. I just... And notice I'm giving you 65-35. Now, some other people that you listen to on this station, their odds may be, 80-20, 70-30. From the get-go with this, I've been a little bit more hesitant to really lean into the idea of, it's no big deal. It's just negotiations. It'll get done. Never bought that, never subscribed to that. And it's kind of why I feel like there's still an opportunity for the carpet to come from underneath of this thing. Do we want that? No. It'd be messy. Terry's been a tremendous person and human being on the football field, off the football field. So you don't want to see negotiations get messy with him. But the reality is this. Adam Peters' company have a number. Seems like right now they're not willing to budge on it. Who needs who more, though? Does Terry McLaurin need the Commanders more than the Commanders need Terry McLaurin? 1-800-636-1067. Part 2 of that question is this. Now that we're getting geared up for year number 2, building upon what we were able to do last year, punching your ticket to the conference title game for the first time in a while. Now that we know that that's the case, and all your chips are in the middle, pushed towards next year, who's the most important piece of this Commanders turnaround outside of the quarterback? My answer is Dan Quinn. What Dan Quinn has been able to assemble, the culture he's been able to establish in Ashburn in just a calendar year, says a hell of a lot about how impactful, how important he actually is. When you think about all the former players littered across this roster, Ken Norton Jr., William Gay, Sharif Floyd, Ryan Kerrigan, Darryl Tapp, David Blau, right? When you think about Anthony Lynn, when you think about the assortment of coaches they have littered across this staff, to me, it's the primary reason why players routinely last year outkicked their coverage, played better than what their salary said they should have played. That's because of Dan Quinn, right? Bobby Wagner's not here if it's not for Dan Quinn. Frankie Louvu is not here if it's not for Dan Quinn. So while Adam Peters, has the ultimate trump card of saying, I'm the guy that drafted Jaden Daniels, that was the easy part. I could have drafted Jaden. What Dan Quinn has done, finding guys that fit his culture and what he wants to do, that to me has been the most impressive part. On the offensive side of the football, on the defensive side of the football, he's created this mentality, and you'll see it out there throughout the remainder of camp. This is going to be the best Commanders roster, 1 through 53, that we've seen in the 2000s, especially when you take the quarterback into consideration. We'll get back out to the phones, 1-800-636-1067. Do the Commanders need Terry McLaurin more than Terry McLaurin needs the Commanders? And who's the most vital part of this rebuild outside of the quarterback? Let's go to, it says James in Manassas. Is this Jaime in Manassas?
No, it's James.
It's James. What's going on, James? Thought we had a typo. We're all good.
It's all good. I speak Spanish. You can do it, Jaime. Anyways, I appreciate you taking my call. I'll make this real fast out of respect for your airtime and other callers trying to get on. To answer one of the questions, I believe that I'm not going to say a person, but I'm going to pick a position group. I think running back is the most important for us being successful. If you look back at last season, if you look at Kingsbury's offense, it is optimal when we come out rushing strong. And all the games that our rushing was like top tier, we smoked people. All the other games, and when I say rushing, I mean outside of Daniels.
Right.
He's just a cherry on top, right? So I think that needs to operate for us to be at our best. No one ever talks about it. I think that's huge. As far as McLaren, or Terry, McLaurin, I don't know why I said McLaren.
Well, McLaren's
Anyway,
a hell of a vehicle. I'll tell you that. I'd love to get a McLaren.
I know. I just saw that supercar in my head.
Okay.
Anyways, unless he's going to do a Le'Veon Bell, he's under contract, right? So at his age, he needs the Commanders more than they need him. You said something about system. I know I'm a huge Terry fan, but unless he sits out this season, which would negatively impact his next year, right? Didn't work out well for Le'Veon Bell.
No, it didn't.
At his age, he needs to produce. If he's trying to get a new contract with a new team, he needs to go out there and show them he can still do it at that age. And they still have an option. Tag him. So if he wants a 3-year deal, the ball is in the Commander's court. I love Terry. I want him to get the contract, but I think he needs them more than us or the Commanders because of his age.
I totally agree. Bobby is in Warsaw. Wants to check in. What's going on, Bobby?
Oh, man, I don't know what to say about this other than if all these people that want to give Terry his money, which we don't know what it is at this point, but it sounds like it's more than Metcalf, well, let them put up $500,000 a piece, all these people, and then give it to the don't give it to the Commanders, but have a little contract that says, well, if McLaurin can outperform Metcalf for the next 2 or 3 years, they'll get a certain percentage back every year according to what he did. If he's just the same, they get part of their straight money back. If he does better, then he gets the percentage. They get percentage interest on whatever he did ahead of Metcalf percentage-wise. If he does under, then they won't get as much as what they put in per year. And if he gets himself hurt and never plays another down again for the Commanders, then they don't get anything back.
Well, that's the tough part about this, and I appreciate the call. Man, I'm not going to lie. Talking about this as much as I have over the past month and a half, it's exhausting. And I've tried my best to understand both sides of the coin, to understand where Terry and his camp are coming from, to understand where Adam Peters in the front office is coming from. I'll say this to the credit of this front office. For years, we begged, pleaded for a legitimate evaluator of talent. Adam Peters was the most highly sought-after talent evaluator on the market last offseason, and we got him. With all that being said, what Adam Peters is doing is functioning and maneuvering like a real NFL GM. Point blank. For years, we begged for it. Now we have a GM that's actually doing GM things, and some people are upset. 1-800-636-1067. All right, Matthew in D.C. wants to check in. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, Lynnell. Great show as always.
Appreciate you, man.
Like Terry, you deserve to be paid. And I'll keep saying that until they make you give you a permanent show on 106.7.
I appreciate that, man.
All right, so I want to answer your questions, and I'm going to end on a high note about Terry.
Yeah.
So in terms of who's had the most impact, I think I just got to say Josh Harris. If we're gonna expand it to anybody but Terry, for obvious reasons. But as a player, I would say Tyler Biadasz, and the reason I like him is because he has probably made Jaden's transition to quarterback in the NFL even more effective.
I love that answer,
his ability to describe what's going on, call out the signals, take care of protection, and they probably have a really good rapport and understanding.
I totally agree, Matthew. I think Biadasz, and I'm not trying to dunk on Tyler Biadasz here, but the interior three of this offensive line down the stretch, Nick Allegretti, Biadasz, Sam Cosmi, they struggled. And that's why you saw the traditional running game kind of flounder down the stretch. He's got to be better in 2025. I think he will be, mostly because he is healthy. 1-800-636-1067. 1-800-636-1067. When we come back, more of your calls here on The Fan. 1-800-636-1067. JP Finley, get ready to join us coming up first thing cracking in the 9 o'clock hour. Excited to get to catch up with him and see what he's been thinking about the first 6 training camp practices for the Washington Commanders. Want to continue to get to your calls, though, man, at 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. Who needs whom more? Does Terry McLaurin need the Washington Commanders, or do the Commanders need Terry McLaurin? And then part 2 of the question is this. Who's the most vital piece of this rebuild outside of the quarterback, Jayden Daniels? 1-800-636-1067. Reggie is in D.C. Wants to chime in. What's up, Reg?
What's going on, yo, Boogie?
I'm good, man.
Look here, man. Man, listen, and it's no disrespect to Terry. How many years we seen Terry in the uniform before Jayden? I mean, come on, man. Yeah. Like, we gotta be fair. We've seen it with Sam Howell. He put up similar stats minus the touchdowns. You know, he's been consistently averaging 75. When I looked at it, between 75 like 80-ish, catches. So it's obvious, man, that the quarterback. Like, come on, man. Like, again, he's great. Don't get me wrong, but we've seen great wide receivers with mid, or not even say great. Let's say, B, A-, B+, A-, really good wide receivers with bum quarterbacks. And they get mad. They're not getting the ball. They complain and all that. So we've seen that. Everybody knows the quarterback. It's always the quarterback, because, again, in 2 years, when Terry is on his way out the door and Jayden is really hitting that prime, all we got to do is surround him with the right needed parts, and we're going to be a contender. For me to answer the second part of your question is Laramie Tunsil. And the reason I say that is because Trent Williams is playing. He's like 36. And Laramie has been literally one of the best pass blocking left tackles in the league for the last maybe 4 or 5 years. But getting him allows you to really fortify your offensive line, because now you can kick Coleman in. You got a lot of versatilities, because Coleman in a pinch can go outside, but you got Coleman, you got Biotis. When Cosme come back, now you got Cosme. You got to let the youngin get his feet wet. But once Connolly get ready to take over, man, because think about it, last year, the offensive line, just because of the scheme, was able to perform with the RPOs, the read options.
The scheme,
but it wasn't
the scheme, Reggie, and the quarterback got the ball out on time.
Yes. So think about it now with a better offensive line, that if Jayden got an extra kick or two to be able to really survey the field and use, the weapons and the scheme that in year number 2 that Cliff Kingsbury is going to employ. So for me, I think, again, I love Terry. I'm hopeful they get this thing done, because I think, again, if it's like a need, I'm going to say probably 70%, 70-30 on Jayden. But, again, the quarterback makes the drink, takes, is the ice in the drink. But as far as, again, the addition, it's got to be the offensive line, and you got to start with one of the – I think he was rated the second or third best left tackle, and he's a top 100 player. So you get him, you fortify that entire offensive line. Now you can really – do a lot of different things, creative things with your offense. So.
For sure. Reggie, I appreciate you as always, brother. Let's get to Anthony in D.C. Wants to chime in. What's going on, Anthony?
What's up, man?
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm good. In my opinion, because we're trying to win now, not 2 years down the road, not 4 years down the road, trying to win right now, the Commanders need Terry more than he needs them. And play out the worst case scenario. He plays this season and they don't franchise tag him or anything, and they move on. And he moves on. Now, if things go according to plan, the team will be picking in the first round in the the high 20s or the early 30s. So your chance of getting a top flight receiver to replace him aren't very good. So what does that leave you? Possibly a trade, or possibly free agent role, where you'll have to pay that receiver. So it's in their best interest to sign him now, and then eventually down the line try to find someone to replace him. When you look at who, go ahead.
I was going to say that's the part to me that I wonder how folks would react if they let him go, Anthony, or traded him, we're playing hypothetical Harry here, obviously, and then went and paid another guy in free agency, I mean, people would lose their damn mind.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. As far as who is the most irreplaceable, so to speak, man, a caller said it earlier, it got to be that combined defensive line. If the defense can improve on 3 and outs and 6 and outs, which is a stat that they probably don't even keep, but if they can improve on 6 and outs, how much better will the whole team be?
I totally agree. So the one, and I'll give you another chance here, Anthony. So the one thing I was saying in the second part here, who's the most important part of the rebuild? Who's most responsible for the success of the rebuild outside of the quarterback?
You said the rebuild. Okay,
yes,
my mistake.
No, you good.
So rebuild, I think, is a two-headed monster. I think it's Dan Quinn and Peters. I think it's them two combined.
Yeah, I think
because
go ahead.
Peters has to get the players, but he has to get the players that DQ wants and needs.
For sure. Anthony, I appreciate you as always, man. 1-800-636-1067. Jack is in Woodbridge wanting to tap in. What's up, Jack?
Yes. I believe the Commanders need Terry more than Terry needs them. And the Commanders should feel lucky that he is not a free agent, because if he were, he would get the kind of money that DK's getting. So I think the $30 million's lowball. One, he doesn't get hamstring injuries.
So here's the Jack, and I appreciate the call. So Jack just brought up a good point. That's why I dropped him after the good point so I can steal it. No, I'm joking. For those of you, making the comparison to DK Metcalf, rather, there is the one thing that I think Terry has going in his favor. He hadn't missed a game once since 2020. And then DK's always on the injury report. Always on the injury report. And that, to me, a little bit of an issue. Zeke is out in D.C. wanting to chime in. What's up, Zeke? What do you got?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, for sure.
I said all along, man. I think Terry's gonna hold out because this is his last big contract. And Lynnell, listen, man. It's not. People think it's about the $30 million. I think if you look at it, we're gonna pay him $25. Let's say we don't renew. We're gonna pay him $25 million this year, and then if we franchise him next year, that'd be $33. So that's an average of almost $30 million. I don't think paying him $30 million a year is the problem. I think what the issue is, they don't want to pay that third and fourth year $30 million guaranteed. I think that's what Terry wants. He don't want just 2 years of 30. He wants 3 or 4 years of $30 million. And I'm with. If you look at it, Peter's got to say, man, in 3 years, I got more contracts that's going to have to be renewed, And I can see, and listen, the guy said that Terry, we may not be able to get a good receiver. I think Terry was a third-round pick, wasn't he?
Right. So, it's all about, and look, this is what Adam Peters and company was brought here for, man, finding diamonds in the rough. We appreciate you as always. We'll get to Elijah before we get to JP Finley. Got to be quick here, Elijah, as we're up against it. What do you think?
Yeah. Man, I mean, that's my guy. I think you find yourself into these types of situations, the better a team gets. Think of Kansas City, where they have to make certain decisions that you don't necessarily want to make. And you have to take into consideration, this is the problem sometimes I have when you have a great quarterback. Certain things get swept under the rug. A lot of stuff never hits the daylight. And we have to recognize the quarterback we have, there's certain things that's just not going to hit the daylight. Also, Lynnell, I want you to do something for me, even if you can't do it now. I want you to look up all of the guys that's currently on Terry McLaurin's agent's books and give us the numbers
The numbers are very, very low. It's very clear that McLaurin, Elijah, is definitely the most high-profile receiver that Buddy Baker has over at the exclusive sportsbook. So I get your point. Appreciate the call, as always. When we come back, final hour of power right here on the Fan. JP Finley joins us next. Final hour of power here on this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. You're tapped in to the youngest in Charles, Lynnell Willingham. We'll take you up to 10 o'clock. We'll go around the National Football League before we get out of here. Some very interesting injury news that is existing and going on right now in the NFL. A bunch of different guys have been carted off. And right now it feels like, to me, things are just a wee bit interesting. Right now, we go out to the Rude Guest Hotline where we find out how JP Finley, we've been talking about the same thing here, loaded lines for the first hour and a half of the program, is what I asked you earlier in the kitchen this morning. So we'll get your thoughts on it here real quick. JP, can the Commanders make the postseason in 2025 if they have to part ways with Terry McLaurin?
Unequivocally, yes.
Why is that for you?
When you've got an elite quarterback, you're in the playoff conversation every year. Now, that said, their chances are much better with Terry. Right. They should re-sign Terry. But, I don't know. I mean, we talked about it briefly there in the kitchen. Mm-hmm. I think Jaden, look at the numbers last year with OZ and Diami late in the year, and even Noah Brown. People forget that Noah Brown was signed last September after Houston cut him. The offense will undoubtedly be better with Terry, and they should absolutely sign him. But, yes, they can make the playoffs. People act like they didn't add Deebo Samuel, who's looked fantastic in camp and has had Pro Bowl and All-Pro seasons. So, yes, I think any sort of, finality, hypothetical discussions around Terry at this point are also just premature. I still think a deal gets done. I think it gets done that week leading up to the Ravens practices. So
that's
just a gut.
Is that you shooting your shot on when you think this thing has to happen? By?
No, I don't think there is a has to happen by. Okay. If it's Labor Day weekend, it's Labor Day weekend. If you look at some of the other deals that guys have signed, sometimes this goes all the way to September. I don't think Terry's going to hold out games. I think that'd be pretty crazy. I do think, DQ said the other day, related to Cosme, as far as the roster decision they have to make with him, if they bring him onto the active and then he goes on to IR or whatever, he kind of said about a month, he kind of hinted late August. I think that Ravens practice is probably going to be the best look at what they want week one to look like we get. The preseason has become a joke. Yeah. Maybe we get a little bit of a look that Monday nighter, but nobody's going to play that third week of the preseason against Baltimore. I think that practice is your best look. But yes, they can make the playoffs. Without Terry.
So JP, I want to add this layer to it. Do you think that Cliff Kingsbury and his ability to manufacture offense, is that playing a part in these negotiations with McLaurin in terms of their confidence that they can move forward without him?
Maybe a little, but
and is that the right? Is that an appropriate way to look at it from the team's perspective?
I don't think they're thinking about what Cliff can do without Terry, because they're just Terry's under contract, and if we can't get this done, he's still going to play. I don't think that's really part of the calculus. I think so much of what we talk about isn't even part of their dialogue. I can't imagine AP and DQ and Cliff sat down and had a discussion hey, do you think we can make the playoffs without Terry? I can't.
I would love to be a fly on the wall. I would love to be a fly on the wall in that room.
Dude, Cliff and DQ want Terry there yesterday. That's one of the positives of a separated church and state, if you will, of having DQ and then AP to run the front office.
I totally agree with you, and we've talked about it each and every day. We've been out there on the practice field. The way I described it, JP, is clunky, is how I would describe the offense through the first 6 practices. There are highlight plays here and there, but the overall consistency period to period just hasn't been there. The one thing that you actually briefly mentioned.
Go ahead.
that could be the case if Terry was there. The offense generally starts slower than the defense.
Totally understand that. And I think you're spot on with that. I believe you said this to me on the sideline the other day. The other part of this that we're not taking into account in terms of the way the offense has looked through the first 6 practices, it's hard to really measure the gravity that Jayden Daniels is going to have on this rushing attack during the regular season as well, because right now you're simply not getting good looks with that. I feel like I've seen, and tell me if you agree with this, without Terry and knowing Ben Sinnott being a second-round pick, is the answer to try and supplement some of the offense right now, is the answer to go more 12 and 13 personnel? Because you like the tight end group that you have. You were pretty damn good running the football last year, but Ben Sinnott, as we saw, in that Jets preseason game, we didn't really get to see the opportunities during the regular season. He is more than capable as a pass catcher as well. So is that a way that they supplement the offense and try to find different ways to get an advantage?
I mean, they ran a lot of 12 last year. It was Ertz and Bates, and they love Bates.
Right.
So would you like to see more production out of Sinnott? Yeah, but I think there's like a misguided, like some of the conversation with Bill Merritt, right, who I think has had a really good camp and looks good and may force their hand to keep 4 backs or, we'll see how that shakes out, right? But, I think people just get so excited by something new and by, why isn't this dude more of a part of it? Zach Ertz was freaking awesome last year.
Amazing.
And people can get mad about, not having explosive plays and yards after the catch. You know what Jayden wants? A dude that's going to catch everything on third down and pick up first downs and be an absolute weapon in the red zone. So, could Ben Sinnott have a larger role? Absolutely, yes. Is that a guarantee? I don't think Ertz is going to have a lesser role.
Right. Totally.
And I don't think he should. I mean, he's really, really good.
Yeah, well, he showed last year, especially on third down and in the red zone. Look, he's not the fastest guy in the world, but this is the benefit of having a 10-plus year NFL career, understanding all the tricks of the trades, the nuance stuff. The touchdown catch against Atlanta is like a perfect example of him just understanding how to use his body. That stuff doesn't really show up in the box score. You just see the end result. He is a big part of this offense. I totally agree. As far as the offensive line is concerned, and I said something the other day on air that caught a lot of heat on social media, shocker, but I was just giving my honest thought on it.
You live for that stuff.
I don't, JP. I'm just giving my honest analysis and takes, man. This is just what I'm seeing. I described Josh Connerly as, quote, underwhelming through the first couple of practices. I think it's a little bit too early still. We've only had one fully padded practice, but just what I've seen from him to this point is he's struggled a little bit. The learning curve is real at that position, especially when you consider he played left tackle all year last year. He's now switching to the right side. That's a real thing. Should it be viewed as a negative thing if Andrew Wiley is the week 1 starting right tackle? And how likely do you think that is?
I still think Connerly ends up there. I don't think it should necessarily be viewed negatively. If he was a top 10 pick or something, I think it'd be a lot different. You're talking about he's a 21-year-old that they picked, 29th, 28th, if I remember right? Could it take some time for him to learn the pace and strength of the NFL? Yeah. I steadfastly, though, even a guy like Coleman, who I'm excited about at guard, I just don't think we've seen close to enough on any of it. The two dudes that you could write in Sharpie right now are Tunsil and Biotish because they've done it a ton, right?
Right.
And then whether it's Wiley or Allegretti on the right side, or depending when Cosby gets back, I like Connerly a lot. I think the athletic tools are off the charts. He works hard. I think it's just there's been one padded practice. I think and you're asking a guy to go from the left side to the right side, learn on the fly a new position in the NFL. And the positions are similar, but the footwork
totally different.
Is just opposite. It's learning the opposite of what you've done as fast as possible against NFL defenders. Oh, by the way, they've only had pads on once. I just think it's crazy premature to make any sort of proclamation on what he is or where he is in his like path. But I also understand the content business, and you're watching. It's fair to give opinions on what you're seeing. I think it needs to have a whole lot of caveats.
For sure. I know we only got a few moments left with you, brother. We appreciate you making some time for us. There's been a lot of rave reviews, coming from camp about the way the defense has looked. What stood out the most to you about that group in year number 2 of this system?
I think the DBs have looked really good. Mikey and Quan are great people and players. Yeah. I think Quan could maybe, this team is going to be in high visibility primetime national games a lot, and some of the playmaking stuff Quan can do. I think maybe the conversation around him as a player nationally could kind of change this year. Big opportunity. I really like. I mean, if your nickel package is Amos, Samuel, Lattimore, Quan, Harris, I like that group. You need health, and there's other. I like Noah. There's other people that will be part of that. I think Lattimore being healthy and in a good mental place, and he's happy to be here. All of those things. Whereas coming in last year, you're still beat up. You're trying to prove to this team you can go. It just wasn't a great way to introduce yourself. I don't know. I think the DBs could be pretty good. Pass rush helps too.
For sure. Well, I'll let you go on something totally non-related that just came up on my timeline. This is via Chris Haynes, the longtime NBA insider. Gilbert Arenas and 5 other defendants, including a suspected high-level member of an Israeli transnational organized crime group, were arrested today on a federal indictment alleging they operated an illegal gambling business in which high-stakes poker games were played at an Encino mansion that Gilbert owned. Your thoughts on that real quick? Holy hell.
Dude, I got no thoughts. I have no idea what that's crazy.
That is nuts.
I do have one thought, though.
Yeah.
That's the last time I'm giving you an old salad because you didn't return the damn Tupperware.
Oh my! Were you able to retrieve it though? Did you get it?
Yeah, I had to go track it down. I gave you the salad. Your job is to return the container to me.
You guys were in segment when I finished, so I left it.
You couldn't put it in the. You couldn't put it in the
kitchen.
The production area with Jeff and Lampville?
Look, you got it. Pecans in the salad, though. JP, come on, brother.
Yo, my wife tried to make me healthy, man. I don't put that stuff in there.
We appreciate you making some time for us as always, brother. Get home soon, man. Get home safe, rather.
So Lynnell not only didn't return my container, now he's mad about the contents of the salad I gave him.
I got a text from somebody, JP. I don't know who this is. I got a text from somebody saying, I don't know if you brought it up on air. They said, good afternoon. How was that week-old salad? I'll fix you some jerk chicken and curry chicken one day. I have no clue who that was, but okay.
I did bring it up on air. So, and I said, I asked everybody if Lynnell's actually going to return the container to me, and everybody said no. They were proven correct.
That is horrible. That's JP Finley. Always love catching up with my guy. He did get his Tupperware back, and he actually I'll actually save that for another time. A lot more overtime coming your way next when we come around the National Football League. The injury bug, very prevalent in NFL training camp to this point. Knock on wood. Hopefully it skips Ashburn, Virginia. We'll take a spin around the NFL next. The injury bug is running rampant across the National Football League right now during training camp. And it's honestly, not something you want to see, obviously, right? We want everybody to be at 100% strength. You don't want anybody having any excuses as to why things didn't work out. I'll say this, right? When I look at some of the injury news that came out over the past 24 hours in the National Football League, I just got to say, boy, am I glad Dan Quinn and company are doing everything they can to make sure the Commanders, one, are well rested, two, hydrated, three, not hurt. There's a big reason why I think Von Miller is going to be able to have success this year, because the AARP program that Dan Quinn's running here in the nation's capital works. Think about what he did for Zach Ertz. Think about Austin Eckler, Bobby Wagner. Washington's taking care of his players. They have now state-of-the-art equipment in their facility to, promote the best type of recovery and rehab, things of that nature. It's probably why you haven't seen any injuries to this point in camp for the Burgundy and Gold. There are a couple injuries that I didn't want to get to, one of which was an absolute gut punch initially, but then we're finding out that major injury has been avoided. That's in the AFC East and the NFC East. We'll start in the AFC East. Maxwell Hairston, the first-round corner from Kentucky for the Buffalo Bills, suffered a right LCL sprain in Tuesday's practice. He was carted off of the practice field with a non-contact injury. Most people figured it was a torn ACL because it was non-contact and because he had to get carted off. So definitely the best case scenario that it's just an LCL sprain. And we'll see, how much time Maxwell Hairston has to miss. But when it comes to Hairston and what he provides to this Buffalo secondary, think about their problems from a year ago. That was one of their biggest Achilles heels, is the secondary. And I think they've had a really good offseason. They got a lot better up front along their defensive line via the draft, bringing in TJ Sanders from South Carolina, bringing in Deion Walker from Kentucky, Landon Jackson from Arkansas. They really revamped their trenches, and I think it's going to give them an opportunity to be tougher and more physical in this AFC, where you got to take on Lamar in Baltimore, and then you got to take on, the Steelers, who are going to run it right at you. So I think they've had a smash hole of an offseason. Damn sure would have been a major blow, though, if they would have lost Maxwell Hairston for the entirety of the season. I said we go from the AFC East to the NFC East. The Dallas Cowboys also avoiding a major injury scare as Tyler Guyton, their second-year left tackle, was carted off of the practice field on Monday, but we found out yesterday. Hear that? There's the sigh of relief the Dallas Cowboys fans are taking right now. Tyler Guyton out for at least the next 4 to 6 weeks, but the ACL is intact. What they're describing it as is a bone fracture that's not going to require surgery. He was hurt on a pass play during team drills and remained on the ground. He ended up being carted off. Glad he's healthy, because look, in this industry, I'm about being right. And one take that I know I'm going to be correct on at season's end is that we sleep on the Dallas Cowboys. We do. This is a talented football team. And when Dak Prescott is healthy, playing in all 17 games, Cowboys win 12 games a year. So knowing this time around that he's healthy, understanding that, hey, look, they added Pickens. They've gotten better on the defensive side of the football. Donovan Ezeraku getting rave reviews out of camp right now. They just had a really good draft, man. That's what I keep going back to is the draft for the Dallas Cowboys. Tyler Booker out of Bama, plug-and-play starter at the guard spot, and has Pro Bowl floor, all-pro ceiling, in my opinion, right? Then Donovan Ezeraku to help their pass rush unit that all of a sudden It's got juice, right? When you think about Dante Fowler, who had 10 sacks last year, Donovan Ezaraku, who was a quarterback chasing demon at Boston College, Oso Digizuwa, who just got signed to big money, Micah Parsons, Marshawn Nealand, Sam Williams. They've got dudes in Dallas that can flat out go get the quarterback. Now, can I give you all a hint? Can I give you all a nugget here? Bennett, I'm gonna present it like I'm giving it to you because we're friends. I can give you a bad bet and it won't mean anything to me. Kidding. But the fans out there, though, they think, what? He's leading us astray. What is he doing? Can I give you a bet? The bet that I'm going to give you all is this. I think the Dallas Cowboys, and I'm going to go to the spread right now. Spread is currently set at +7. I think the Dallas Cowboys upset the Philadelphia Eagles in week 1. That is my bold take for here tonight. I think the Dallas Cowboys upset the Philadelphia Eagles in the season opener on Thursday Night Football. Boom. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll react to what I just asked our guy J.P. Finley about at the tail end of that interview. Former Wizards star Gilbert Arenas in some hot water. Expound upon that next as the Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. Tapped into the youngest and Charles Lynnell Willingham. Taking you up to 10 o'clock, about a half hour left to go in the program. Coming up next, our pal Mike Jones, senior NFL writer for The Athletic, going to join the program. We'll get his thoughts on the National Football League. There's a story I want to get to. Right now, it involves a former star of the Washington Wizards. This is first reported by Chris Haynes, and Doug Greenberg of ESPN also did a piece on it. Gilbert Arenas, former Wizards star, was arrested today in connection with a federal indictment that alleges Gilbert hosted an illegal high-stakes poker games or hosted illegal high-stakes poker games at his mansion in Encino, California. That according to a press release from the United States Attorney's Office of Central California. Now, according to ESPN, Gilbert officially charged with one count of conspiracy to operate an illegal gambling business, one count of operating an illegal gambling business, and one count of making false statements to federal investigators. So he appeared in the U.S. District Court on Wednesday afternoon and was released on $50,000 bond after pleading not guilty to the charges. His trial is set for September the 23rd. So, look, Gilbert, to me, I love me some Gilbert Arenas, man. I'll be real. I think Gilbert's awesome. Was really part of the heyday of DC basketball here, and obviously what happened in the locker room with him and Javaris Crittenton is obviously something that'll be talked about a lot, but for Gilbert, like, at some point, you got to grow up. You got to grow up. That's the best way that I can put it. It feels like Gilbert Arenas, to me, just doesn't get it. I used the acronym earlier today. He is participating in what I like to call, BBA, broke boy activity. Like, that is what we're seeing, Gilbert ultimately participate in my opinion, man. Like, this is tough. Your money must have dried up if this is what you're having to do. I think my bigger issue with it is it's a bigger conversation that maybe needs to be had. And this isn't a direct parallel, but if you all are paying attention to what happened to the Cleveland Guardians and their pitchers being investigated for allegedly fixing some bets, fixing some pitches. Bennett, chime in on this because I'm curious to get, your perspective. I'm a big WWE guy. Now, when I say that, it's the reason that I'm in the business. But to me, man, sports gambling is on the verge. And I know Gilbert's situation isn't a sports gambling situation, but it segues us perfectly here to a thought that I've had. Sports gambling, to me, has a real opportunity right now to ruin the integrity of pro sports. And Bennett, I wanted to ask you this question. Like I said, I'm a WWE guy. It's entertaining. Their storylines is great. If we knew that pro sports had a fixed outcome, but we didn't know and it wasn't spoiled, would you still watch every Sunday? Would you still watch the NFL every Sunday if you knew the outcome was fixed?
That's a really good question.
Because I'm like, hell yeah, I would.
It's like, what the hell am I doing on a Sunday afternoon?
Anyway, right?
It's like that, and that's the thing with this. It's no matter if players are fixing it, I think people would just be like, "Oh, that guy sucks."
Yeah,
he's just a terrible person.
He'd be a villain.
But that's not going to take him away from that's not going to take him away from the TV, especially the NFL.
Yeah.
We haven't.
King.
Yeah, you can't do that. But like that's, I'm a huge baseball fan.
so you're familiar with the situation.
No, absolutely,
in Cleveland.
absolutely. But one thing I'll say is, like, I worked the Olympics last year for NBC. One of the coolest experiences.
I'm about to say, look at you, but I didn't know you got the chance to do that. That's
really
awesome, bro.
Yeah, I was a researcher. It was really cool. But like watching and following the Olympics, there was barely any ads for betting. I bet you could probably you could probably still bet on the events and everything.
Yep.
But those athletes are playing for their country. They're not playing for money.
Right.
There. And it was so much fun to watch because the aspect of that was away from it.
Right.
And I think that's, it's a long way from what the professional sports is around the world now.
And that's what's tough about this. Last year with Shohei Ohtani and his interpreter, that was an interesting situation. We had the situation with the pitcher from the Guardians. We got Jonte Porter. We had Malik Beasley in the NBA. We had what's the guard? Terry Rozier in the NBA. It's a nasty, nasty game. And I think sports betting has ruined the integrity of pro sports. Will we get to a point where we have fixed results? I don't know. 1-800.
Just quickly, it's like you're waiting. I feel like sports fans are waiting for a bombshell.
Yeah, I know.
On like which player, like Emmanuel Clase, obviously the Guardians closer, who was very, very good. Like, in a little bit of a smaller market team, no one really knows about him. Just, it sucks, but there probably will be. Like Ohtani could have, but there might be just a situation in the coming years that you're going to be like, holy crap.
To see two dudes being investigated and suspended or put on that non-paid list from the same team lets you know something's up in Cleveland. We'll continue to take a spin around the National Football League and touch on the top training camp storylines next. Welcome back. It's overtime here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always live and free on the always free Odyssey app. You're tapped into the youngest in Charles Lynnell Willingham. Riding with you for one final segment, taking you up to 10 o'clock. Right now, though, we go out to the guest hotline for the second time this show, where you find our pal Mike Jones, national NFL writer for The Athletic. Give him a follow on the X app at by Mike Jones. What's going on, Jonesy? Good to see you, brother.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man. Good. Dude, you got the chance to be out there a couple of days watching the Washington Commanders early on here in training camp. What were your initial observations, and how long do you think this offense can be functional without Terry McLaurin?
I mean, it's still super early. There's still plenty of time. I think that everybody knows that, this offense can be all right without him, but it's not going to be what they need and want it to be if they don't get him out there. And look, he tried to do the holdout thing, the way that the CBA is structured. Getting fined $50,000 a day is pretty expensive. He decided to come back, and now he's holding in. I almost feel like him being there and not practicing puts even more pressure on the situation, because you're seeing him, and it's like, all right, guys, when are you going to get him done? So hopefully they get something done soon, the way he's able to get out there and they get the work in, because once this offense, they have him, they have Debo, and we'll see who emerges as that number 3 guy, and then, your run game, Jaden Daniels. This offense can be pretty electric, I believe. But, again, you need Terry McLaurin for it to reach its full potential.
Yeah, that is the key. Based off of people that you've talked to, Mike, what do you think is the holdup here? Is it more of the average annual salary? Is it the guaranteed money? Or is it the length of the deal here?
I think that it's the average salary, from what I can gather. And, look, only a few people really know, but it's believed that it's that. Obviously, he would love to be paid like, one of the top wide receivers, top 2 or 3 receivers in the game. He's highly productive. I think since he's been in the league, leads the league in contested catches. He's had 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons. But, when I talk to people, a lot of people think that he's in that 7 to 12 range as far as, he's not a top 5 wide receiver. I think somewhere in that 7 to 12 range. And so it's going to be a challenge for him to command the type of money in that $30 million or more range. I think he winds up falling in around 27, 28, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting situation. Both sides pretty dug in right now in terms of what they're asking for. McLaurin, I think you hit it right on the head, Jonesy. Clearly not a top 5 guy, but there's an argument to be made. He can fall anywhere from that 7th best wide receiver to even the 15th best wide receiver in the NFL. But bottom line is they need him to have success. I'm going to make a statement to you, Mike, and you tell me if you agree or not. I think the gap between Philadelphia and Washington is greater than the gap between Washington and Dallas here in the division. What do you think to that?
I agree with that. I think so. I mean, look, I don't know if Brian Schottenheimer is going to be a good head coach or
He's
not.
all vibes right now, Mike.
Right. We will see, but they definitely have pieces they should have, and part of the reason why Mike McCarthy got fired is because they're, repeated underachieving. I do think that a healthy Dallas and Washington would probably be duking it out for that number 2 spot in the division behind Philadelphia.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Love the offseason that the Cowboys had. Really good reviews coming out of camp about Donovan Ezaraku, the edge rusher from Boston College. When Micah Parsons gets back on the football field, you add him to that and Sam Williams and Dante Fowler. They've got a pretty formidable pass rush out in Big D, and that's the thing that really gets me excited about their defense. Switching gears from the NFC East to the AFC East, Mike, the Commanders going to go up to Foxborough next week in joint practice with the Patriots. Hearing a lot of good things coming out of their camp. I'm a big believer in Mike Vrabel. Drake May's the real deal. Putting him with a real offensive coordinator and Josh McDaniels to lead to them being better. Do you think they can compete for a wild card spot next year in the AFC?
I don't know. Look, they will be significantly improved just the way that they go about business. Right. But they're still a ways behind. They still have a number of holes that they need to plug on that roster. It's pretty talent deficient. They focused on the defense primarily this year. They did get, Stephon Diggs for Drake May, but they still have little ways to go. So, when you think about the teams that are probably going to get wild cards, you're thinking about Denver and the Chargers and maybe the Dolphins if they can stay healthy, and then, okay, are the Jaguars in there? Is it the Bengals? So there's a number of teams that there's still a gap between them and the Patriots. So again, I think we'll see improvement, but it might be another season before we see them really contending for the playoffs.
It speaks to how loaded the AFC is, and a lot of folks are starting to feel like maybe that pendulum is swinging a little bit in favor of the NFC. But when you lay out, who New England's got to duke it out with for the wild card spot, it definitely speaks to that. Joined right now by national NFL writer for The Athletic, our guy Mike Jones. Give him a follow on the X app at @ByMikeJones. You just mentioned the Cincinnati Bengals. They're a team to me, Mike, that's super interesting. They part ways with their defensive coordinator, Lou Anarumo. Is this going to be a team that you think can genuinely challenge a Kansas City or a Buffalo atop the conference, or do you think there's a gap between Cincy and that top tier of AFC teams?
Well, I mean, they got to be able to contend with Baltimore first, in their division, which is tough. But look, they've got the quarterback for it. They have the offensive weapons for it. The big question is, can they stop anybody? And so that's why they made the change of defensive coordinator. It's why they need to get Trey Hendrickson taken care of. It's why they also drafted a pass rusher. So they have, some work to do. They have the pieces. If they can get them all lined up in a row, then I think it will come down to them in Baltimore for that AFC North title. And then, we'll see what happens. But unless that defense is any better, there's just going to be a whole lot of pressure on Joe Burrow to, light it up for 40 points a game. And that's hard to do in this league.
Yes, it is. A non-on-field item for you real quick, Mike. Did you happen to catch the Seth Wickersham report that came out last week about the NFLPA and the NFL coming to terms on an agreement to punish players that were selling their Super Bowl tickets? What was, the thoughts of folks that you talked to around the league on that story?
They are very strict about that. They don't want people making money off of it. But look, it's like, to me, it's like, look, this is you're allotted these tickets, and you should be able to do what you want with them.
They're yours.
They're yours. So you're going to tell me what I can do and can't do with my car if I want to sell it? Right. But again, it is the NFL. It's not surprising. It's all about control. And again, they don't want people, profiting more on top of what they already could profit.
I want to switch gears to the NFC South here real quick. It felt like, down the stretch, the discussion and dialogue was that Bryce Young was significantly better once he got back in after being benched for Andy Dalton. The numbers don't blow you away, but there are a couple of performances that stand out. At season's end, do you think Carolina is in the quarterback market, Mike?
I don't know. So hard to say whether they will be. I hope for their sake that they're not. He showed some flashes down the stretch of the season. It seemed like he's starting to get it. You had a first-year head coach, and, he's learning a new system, Bryce Young was. Now that they're back together for a second year, now we'll see what those strides are going to be. So that way we know whether or not he can take that step forward and mature and be the answer for them. He's an undersized guy. Yeah. So, there's a challenge there. But we've seen some guys that aren't very big, and if they have creative, offensive-minded head coaches that can mask that, and if they have a quality offensive line, strong run game, then they can get the job done. But, again, that's a lot of ifs. So we'll see. But if we are taking the late season stretch from him, I think that there's reason to be optimistic. I'm not saying he's going to be a Pro Bowler, but it looked like he was starting to figure things out.
Mike, the last two seasons, Jayden Daniels has come in and, transformed the Washington franchise. C.J. Stroud went into Houston, transformed the Texans. What type of chance do you give Cam Ward of doing that down in Tennessee?
I mean, when I look at that roster, they're not there yet. They had a really good defense in Houston that C.J. Stroud was able to lean on, and they had some talent at wide receiver, although they've had some injuries last year. Washington, they had Jaden Daniels really elevated everybody, but when you look at the pieces that Cam Ward has to work with in Nashville, it's limited, and it's going to take a little while for them to get things. You got a second-year head coach, but you got a first-year GM. You're revamping things, and so I don't know that we're going to see him, be electrifying and turn that franchise around in year one. It's tough when you're the first pick of the draft. A lot of times because you're going to a team that's not very good, and so we'll see.
Mike, we'll let you go on this, my friend. 2 quick hitters out of the door here. San Francisco gutted their roster this offseason, Mike, to be able to compensate Brock Purdy and make him one of the league's highest-paid signal callers. How do you see 2025 playing out for that group, and how confident are you that he'll be able to live up to that contract?
Kyle Shanahan is very good at what he does. He knows how to position and get the most out of his players. A lot of those pieces that they lost were on defense. They've got Robert Saleh back as their defensive coordinator, and he's also a very good mind and communicator. So we'll see. I don't have the 49ers winning their division. I think that this is a little bit of a growing pains year. A lot of pressure on Brock Purdy, but if there's somebody who can maximize a quarterback's ability and mask deficiencies, it's Kyle Shanahan. They just might wind up having to contend for a wild card rather than division.
Then I'll let you go on this, my friend. Each and every year there's this team that kind of comes out of the blue. Last year it felt like it was Washington. The year prior it was Houston. Is there any team that's kind of flying under the radar right now, Mike, that you think will end up being, a potential power player come December and January?
I'm really curious, and I'm going to be over there on Sunday. I'm really curious about Jacksonville and their prospects. Look, they've got a quality quarterback. He just needs direction. They've got offensive weapons, fascinating piece in Travis Henry. They have Travis Hunter. They have, pieces on defense. So they, to me, underachieved under Doug Peterson. It felt like Doug Peterson got his Super Bowl in Philly, and then he got complacent. It didn't. They didn't. Contend again in Philly under him, and then he came there, and it was easy to turn things around from Urban Meyer dysfunction. But they really just kind of stayed the same his next 2 years, and so I think you have a new energy, young head coach, young offensive coordinator, young defense coordinator, young general manager. There's an energy. These guys are coming out aiming to be aggressive. I think that Jacksonville could, bounce back and be in the mix for the playoffs this year.
Mike, we appreciate you making some time for us as always, man. We'll talk to you during the season, brother.
All right, thanks, man. I'll see you.
That is Mike Jones of The Athletic. Give him a follow on the X app at by Mike Jones, one of the absolute best talking all things NFL. And that is going to do it here for this Wednesday night edition of Overtime. You've been tapped in to the youngest in charge, Lynnell Willingham. If you want to keep the conversation going with me on social media, it is at NELL_BTP. I'm back out there bright and early tomorrow morning, boots on the ground in Ashburn. Training camp practice number 7 for the Washington Commanders. Can this offense show some more signs of life without Terry McLaurin? I'll bring you the report tomorrow night, 6:30 to 10, right here on The Fan.